Опять глючит. Собака. Сейчас. Good Game опять глючит. Вот, хорошо. Дисколизиум, поехали. Продолжить. Текс. Время 21:00. Сложный РТС. Да уж. Смешно. Так, я хотел, знаете, что понять?
You see a heavy steel.
А у меня теперь броня есть же. Микоботом. Так, сила воли. Минус драма. Ну, тут, в принципе, все видно. Ладно. Я хотел один момент сделать. Важный. Попробовать вечером зайти в церковь. Время как раз 9 вечера, я думаю, тетка должна была вернуться. Я не знаю, где он там шляется. Но надо попробовать. Ой, блин, не то. Церковь. Ту-ту-ту-ту-ту-ту-ту. Ну-ка. Да он не сдохнуть. Напарник. Да нет, еще нет. Сейчас. Тут никого нет. И пароль мы тоже не знаем.
The machine's keyboard is still the speaker.
Good evening. Votre accident en Saint-Brun. Good. Please repeat the password. I know. Can you please repeat the password? Votre accident is there.
The machine's keyboard.
Странно. Очень странно. Ну ладно. Ну попробуем еще часочек побегать, может она ночью появляется, не знаю. Странно. Ты пытался? Да, пытался. Так. Набережная Мартинеса. Пытался, не помогло. Так. Нет, нельзя. Стоп. Что-то увидели благодаря восприятию. Вот так вот, копейка, рубль, всякое такое. Пам-па-пам-пам-пам. Стоп. Что это было?
Whoa. What have we here?
Мост?
A bridge with loose nails and rotten-fisted wood that creaks in the wind. A construction code violation if there ever was one.
Думаю, я все же рискну.
Guess so. Just be careful out there.
Так, да мы со стеной не разобрались, на к этой девочке сейчас будем прокать концептуализацию. Что такое рыба? Рыба — это рыба политической программы, которой у меня уже куча наметок, но у меня никак времени или силы еще, короче, херня не доделаю никак. Но в целом она уже, то есть там надо кое-что добавить, кое-что подредактировать. В целом она на самом деле в большой степени есть, готова. Ну вот я на этой неделе потихонечку утро освободил, я по утрам буду потихонечку допиливать, потому что же невозможно. Уже литература там висит, у меня куча всяких, я их только систематизировал, опять началось то интернет, то еще что-нибудь. Короче, почитай. Так, вдруг понравится. Что я хотел? Я хотел прокнуть концептуализацию, по-моему. Да, 17%. Сейчас посмотрим. Есть на концептуализацию что-нибудь? Концептуализация, да. Все. Ладно, плюс 2. Сейчас будем прокать. 28.
You don't have
Ей,
the
с
skills
первого
to
раза.
execute something like this in practice. But, oh boy, the idea's going to blow her fucking mind.
Я хочу создать очень подробный скелет древней птицы, вымершей 100 миллионов лет назад.
She squints her eyes.
А затем покрасить его красным мазутом, а потом поджечь его кибинем.
On fire.
Типа Феникс, ну, что скажешь?
I say, sod off. You don't have the technical skills to do that.
Ну, я думал, тебе понравится.
I like your idea. Should have thought of it myself. I don't need this kind of competition in my neighborhood.
Черт! Никогда бы не подумал, что ты такая мелочная и неуверенная в себе.
Insult me all you want. You're still an art cop, sans art materials.
Oops, my apologies. I guess I was trying too hard. You're a police officer and a grown-up. Why are you trying to impress her? Maybe try a different approach.
Гадство какое, пятерка.
And I need an aircraft carrier. So what?
Отдай кисть.
Have you got any kids? Because you sound like the world's saddest dad right now. But fine, take the brush. I'm all out of fuel oil anyway.
You know what you've got in that fuel canister you scavenged from your Kanema? Red-dyed heavy fuel oil.
Бой. Вот это круто. Это реально круто сейчас. Концептуализация. Правда, у меня нет зажигалки. Это ж круто. Да блин, что ты так грузишься долго? Ой. Кстати, прикол. Короче, когда-то давно я на самом деле был подключен к онлайну. Сейчас онлайн выкуплен компанией Ростелеком. Так вот, в онлайне, в силу того, что я несколько лет там был подключен, у меня был статус золотой. Ну, это давало кое-какие преференции в виде бонусов дополнительных, бонусных баллов, за которые там где-то раз в 3 месяца я мог себе оплатить половину стоимости месячной оплаты интернета. Это было полезно. А сейчас у меня в Ростелекоме тариф базовый, то есть статус базовый. Я, походу, сегодня пока звонил и выяснял, какого хрена, дозвонился раза с третьего, кстати. Там прекрасный совершенно робот, который я люто уже ненавижу этих роботов, когда ты 2,5 минуты слушаешь всякой хинеи. Ну, я понимаю, почему это делается, но все равно бесит. И я спросил, а почему? То есть, как бы, вы купили онлайн, вы купили и меня, получается. Какого хрена? У меня был статус золотой, теперь базовый. Какого хрена? Мне, знаете, что объяснили? Чувак аж ушел на какое-то время, потом объяснил, что в онлайне, как бы, онлайн была в основном компания, в первую очередь, интернет, а Ростелеком более сложный. Так вот, в онлайне статус присваивался по разным параметрам, в том числе по параметру от того, сколько лет ты находишься в системе. И как сказать, как регулярно ты совершаешь платежи, ну, в общем, нормально. А в Ростелекоме статусы ставятся только если у тебя максимальное разнообразие услуг. У меня же подключена только одна услуга — интернет. Вот если я подключу телевизор, цифровой телефон, еще какую-то херь, вот тогда у меня вырастет статус и постепенно начнет расти. С одной услугой у меня только базовый статус может быть. Вот козлы, ну. Так, что я хотел?
The paintbrush in your hand is like a load.
Так, подожди-ка. А, это просто предметы. Ага, хорошо. Да нет, это мне не нужно, просто мне не нужны эти все хреновины. Цены.
The paintbrush in your hand is like a loaded revolver. What will it be, Desperado? Quite a few things come to mind.
Нарисовать 3500-летнюю пиктограмму, обозначающую человека. Ну, конечно. Нет, но они хотят, чтобы я использовал максимум услуг. Ну, это херня, конечно, полная.
You've spoken. The wall will now silently repeat the message for a decade or so, until the sea air degrades the paint, adding another layer of detritus to the city.
По-моему, прикольно вышло. Привет, ребенок. Прикольно, он не понимает, что я хочу туда. Ну ладно. Кстати, вопрос. Нет, хрен. Странно. Ща. С тобой я уже разговаривал. Туда я попасть никак не могу.
Kuno saw you wield that can. Sweet graffito action, pig. Kuno likes that delinquent shit.
Тебе нравится искусство, Куна?
Fuck no, art shit.
Ага, так и запишем. Искусство-.
That's right, pig. Shit.
Нашел твою лачугу, Куна.
You found Kuno's secret door to Kuno's secret shack. It was closed for 5,000 years. How the fuck did you get in?
Не, у меня места нет. Произвел фазовый сдвиг сквозь извечнит.
Shit. Get the fuck out of here. You can't do that.
He can't do that, Kuno. He's trying to fuck at you again.
Pigs can't displace. Can't do that teleport shit. How did you like it in there, pig old boy? Kuno's got a lot of cool shit there, right?
Что за тема со свиной головой?
Oh, that? Kuno decapitates pigs. That's just a Kuno demo tape.
Третье.
What is this shit? Fucking on yourself. This is weird level shit. Kuno doesn't go there.
Лол.
Fuck your shit back to normal. What is this?
Well played. No one saw that coming.
Хорош, хорош. Я нашел тарелку с остатками порошка. Тебе известно об этом что-нибудь?
That's where Kuno gets his daily hit of electric. Kuno Shazam. Kuno rides the fucking lightning in there, pig.
Окей.
Bet you'd like to ride the lightning too, wouldn't you? You feel tired and old,
Ну
but you could
давай.
have that sparkle in your eyes.
А что за магналам, Куна?
It's a vitamin, pig. Don't you know anything?
You could use her.
Магний, да?
Yeah, it's the mag. You fucking need that shit to stay on top of your game. Kuno goes through like a tube a day, rips mag like a motherfucker, and you could use a battle.
Oh, don't teach him, Kuno. He's gonna use it against you, Kuno.
Слушай, ну это ж просто магний.
You're not getting this, pig. It completely takes away the hangover. It's like you didn't do anything. Like you stayed home playing with your choo-choo.
Fuck you, pig. Don't do mag. You're gonna OD and you're gonna fucking die.
Ладно,
Good
достаточно.
call, Pigmeister. Don't come and talk to Kuno about his kingdom.
Ох, пойду, ну его
Kuno
нахрен.
doesn't.
Так, у меня левелап, в принципе, восприятие я бахнул, концептуализацию, визуальный анализ. Но я могу, в принципе, открыть еще одно окошечко и бахнуть что-нибудь полезное. Да, давай. Авторитет минус 1, стойкость, так. Че у меня, бомжиков, беспощадная самокритика, суперзвезда, королевство совести. Господи. Посмотрите, сколько тут, и просто посмотрите, сколько. Так, ну давайте там королевство совести. Ну давай усвоить. Мускул чести? Где у тебя мускул чести? А, блин. А он слетел, что ли? А, и вот он. Мускул чести. Ну давай, мускул чести. Действительно, наркомания. Так. Наркоманий, так вообще, так вообще, так вообще. К ней не проберусь, и мне сказали, что без схема к ней лезть не надо. Так. Ким так и не вернулся. В принципе, можно ложиться спать. Смысл... А, нет. Не надо. Сейчас. Чем мне свойство серости? Ну, давай.
Medicinal purposes of the pearl. The cover of this heavy tome features a number of esoteric symbols.
Открыть
Flipping
книгу.
through the book, you find a number of sections on the general benefits of the pearl. A large pharmacopoeia makes up nearly half of the book.
Что такое фармакопия?
You come across the following explanation. While modern pharmacopoeia are continually updated by so-called experts based on the results of clinical trials, readers will find assembled here the timeless wisdom relied upon by generations of traditional Seolite medicine practitioners,
Okay.
Mesk mystics, and Ilmaran folk doctors. It's all quackery, in other words. Finally, something to calm the angry spirits that have been plaguing you. It seems to contain descriptions of the medicinal properties of various ingredients that may be gathered from the pearl, as well as instructions for producing a variety of herbal remedies.
Окей. Восстановление потерянной памяти.
There are a number of Seolite tonics that promise to improve your short-term memory, but
Hey.
nothing that speaks to your condition.
А, облегчить нескончаемые муки моего существования.
What you're describing is booze. You don't need any herbs for that.
Окей, а про похмелье?
There's nothing in here that speaks to hangovers directly. However, while browsing through the various descriptions, you become convinced that you could assemble something from
Давай
the
глянем.
ingredients listed here. Want to give it a shot? First, you need to choose a base ingredient.
Так, веточка свежей мягкой.
Next, you'll need to combine the base ingredient with an appropriate vehicle.
Разварить чай из березовой коры.
Lastly, Is there anything else you'd like to add?
Корень дикого женьшеня.
The combination of mint and birch bark make this tea relaxing and good for the digestion. It won't do much for your hangover though. Would you like to try again?
Давай.
Very well. First, choose
Корень
next.
имбиря.
You need to combine the base ingredients.
Смешай с глотком виски
Is there anything else
и
you'd
ложку
like?
сахара.
You've created a delicious tincture of whiskey and ginger. According to the pharmacopoeia, it should increase your energy and focus, though, in your experience, it's only done the opposite. Would you like to try again? Very well. Next, you'll need to combine the
Алоэ вера.
You've created a delicious tincture of whiskey and ginger. According to the pharmacopoeia, it should increase. Would you like to try?
Подожди, имбирь.
Next, you'll need to combine the base ingredient.
Экстракт алоэ веры.
Is there anything else you'd like to add?
Ложку
You
сахара.
created a delicious tincture.
Почему
Would
виски?
you like to try again? You closed the book and find your.
Чушь какая-то. Почему я нажимаю? Я не нажимаю виски, но при этом он говорит, что сохранил, сделал что-то из виски. Ну, команд, что ли?
Overproductive honor glands. Here it is. It's titled Honor for the Brave and goes, I have no family. I make honor my family. I have no home. I make bravery my home. I have no desire. I make dignity my desire. I have no friends. I make humility my
В
friend.
каком-то смысле...
I have no enemy. I make dishonor my enemy. This is my vow of honor for the brave. I am brave. Something like that. It's not the words that matter. It's the honor.
А, это увеличение лимита улучшения. Лимит улучшения по авторитету повышается до 5. И какой-то error, я не понял какой, но что-то там не стыкуется. Ладно. Не наркоман, а алкоголик. Ты не говори. Так, теперь мы еще раз бегаем в... тот самый, в церковь на всякий случай. Должна же эта баба там появиться, черт. Здравствуй, рандомис. Да, только в прошлый раз пили. Хотел сказать, что немножко перекрутилось расписание, потому что, ну, сегодня отвалилось, потому что у меня отвалился интернет, хрен с ним. Расписание перекрутилось в том смысле, что в субботу будет стрим. В субботу будет либо Властелин, либо Качетеатр, либо Властелин с Качетеатром. В общем, посмотрим. Короче, суббота стрим будет, но пока не решил, что. Властелин, да-ла-ла-ла-ла-ла-ла. Скажите мне, что там кто-то есть, пожалуйста. Нет, ни хрена. А я не понимаю пароль. Значит, надо вернуться сюда с Кимом. После полуночи. Ну, ты думаешь... Ну, давай попробуем. С чем мы тут можем взаимодействовать?
Large letters on the front form a title. Wirral. The colourful box is illustrated with bucolic vistas. The cover art also features odd-looking humanoids.
Ну да, игра. Смотри
Text
коробку.
underneath the title in smaller typeface reads 3rd edition Mega Setting Supplements Module. The side panel adds a sword and sorcery adventure board game with new maps and miniatures.
В церковь витраж восстановлен. Ну, я уже его осмотрел, все получил с него. Потрясти коробку.
Mysterious things rattle inside. What could
По идее, мне сказали, что все, ты запомнил, скорее всего, вот это пароль, но при этом он почему-то его не запомнил.
None of that witless man from Heimdall, fascist dross, hidden behind faux realistic allegory. Wirral is no cliché-ridden apologia for colonial violence. Wirral is pure imagination.
Ну нет.
Yes, the Wirral setting is known for its complicated system of political alignments. But if you're not into that, you can just hack your way through dungeons in search of loot. That's what most people do.
Перевернуть.
A blurb on the back reads, tired of the tedium and toil of modern life? Escape to Wirral. Leave behind e-solas and nations with their petty squabbles. Discard electricity, magnets, and boring technological widgets. Succumb to a world of high pasternal fantastique. Unleash your imagination and create an adventure of endless possibilities.
Пастернак.
Discover the terrible secret threatening Wirral. Can your band of adventurers save the world?
Да.
Exactly. That's the spirit. All you have to do is read an intricate rulebook, study an assortment of maps, unfold the illustrated game board, and start rolling dice. In no time, you could be romping through grasslands with low-level characters, hunted by Iskala riders, or battling unspeakable monsters in endless dungeons fraught with danger and despair, conjuring up forceful magics to aid your quest.
Открыть коробку.
You pry open the box. Inside you find a folded up map, a small booklet, a 24-sided die, and a little plastic figurine.
А, смотрите карту.
A reprint of a crude hand-drawn map. The top left corner reads, Lands of Wirral. The map features both small villages and mid-sized towns with odd names, in addition to meadows, forests, hills, lakes and seas, also with odd names. It doesn't seem to correspond with anything you've seen thus far. It's not a very helpful map.
Смотри брошюру.
A quick guide to the magical races of Wirral. Create your own hero, choosing from
Привет,
any of
Мидас.
these completely unique and fantastical backgrounds. The options are in order of importance.
Гногры.
The Tueog, the humans, the fairy folk, and the pygmies.
Прочитайте о фейвах.
The Welkin, tall, lithe, and graceful, with long flowing hair and pointy ears. They're known for being powerful magic users, but can also hold their own in a brawn-driven
Тут
fight.
сарцвайп.
The Welkin come with a variety of exciting sub-races. High Welkin, Forest Welkin, Lake Welkin, and Snow Welkin. But if you're not feeling experimental, a basic Welkin will always
Basic
do.
Welkin. Basic Welkin. Прочитать о гнограх.
A grand race of industrious mountain people. They're short, stout, and muscular, and enjoy digging for gold and other precious minerals. They're also well versed in the art of combat, where they prefer to use axes and hammers. The Tueog also come in a few different sub-races. Hill Tueog, Shield Tueog, and Dark Tueog.
Прочитайте о людях.
They're just humans. What else is there to tell? They're average in all stats, and jacks of all trades.
Прочитайте о феях.
A very small race of flying people, known for being mischievous, full of trickery. They often lure people into their magical traps. There are no
Magical.
sub-races for the fairies.
Пигмеи.
The least popular of the Wirral races, the Pygmies, are short, rotund, and dim-witted. Pygmies live in small villages made of shoddy wooden dwellings. They spend most of their days tilling the earth and smoking their pipes. There are no sub-races for the Pygmies.
А, смотрите игральную кость.
It's made from some sort of wood and has been decorated with peculiar plant motifs. You don't know much about dice, but this one looks pretty damn fancy.
А, смотрите фигурку.
You see a man in ragged clothes wearing a lopsided hat and wielding some sort of a firearm. A leftist revolutionary, a communard. He looks lost, a stranger in a strange land. Most likely, he was just stuck in the wrong box on accident.
Взять фигурку.
You pick the figurine up by the base to meet your gaze. The little plastic man stares back at you, his face contorted into a disturbing shout. Then you pocket it.
Взять игральную
You
кость.
place the die into your pocket. It's always good to have luck on your side.
Закрыть
A
картопку.
colorful box with the
Отложить
title,
коробку.
Wirral.
Так, предметы. Солдатик. Прикольно. Вкладку карта. А, проверка на белом фоне. Самообладание легендарное. Невозможно. Легендарно. Окно кафетерия. Точно. Окно кафетерия рискованно. Так, а вот это же интересно сейчас. Ваху 3 я жду. Осталось сколько? 3 недели? Ну, даже меньше 2 недели. 2 недели. Будет Ваха 3. Угу. Не понял. Подожди, а где окно кафетерия тогда? Погоди-ка. Не здесь, что ли? 10 дней. Не, почему 10? Раз 17, 22 уже, нет? Так, что-то не врубился. Окно кафетерия же. Семнадцатого. Блин, круто. Это что сейчас открылось? Может быть, это
The
считается?
window stands. You see some light. The lieutenant's door. No. What are you doing? Still, is he not worried that you haven't anything to not face the hanged disco man yet?
Так, отстаем от Кима пока. Подожди, с девушкой мы не разговариваем, пока Ким не вернется. Ким не вернулся. Проверка на окно при парнях Харди появляется. Да, но только при этом последний раз, когда я проверял, там было написано, типа, не сейчас об этом, и типа, не своевременно. Ну, окей, ладно. Подозрительно. Ладно, давай дождемся полночи.
Ah, smallest church in Saint-Saëns, right?
Это на самом деле моя жизнь.
Cool. Now, what can I do for you? You're already set for the night. You're...
Все уже разошлись. А вот этот мужик, вот что ему надо? Почему он зелененьким горит? Непонятно. Непонятно.
The cover of this tattered paperback. Behind him, rise the
Да, это мы
harsh,
видели.
the back blurb below. A brazen attempt to bilk fans for more money. But their main concern is to continuate. The story opens in media res. The man by nightfall, only 9 to it is, and with deadly finesse, the man from Hyundai.
Так. Сейчас попробуем до церкви добраться. Ну, нет, так нет, задрало, потому что там должна быть баба. Бабу надо поймать. Бабе надо сказать, что потом валила оттуда. Ну, не валила оттуда. Ну, короче. Я не очень понимаю, почему пароль не срабатывает. Почему он не запомнил пароль, который он сам же сказал, что это пароль. Что за козел? Я понимаю, что у него амнезия, но не до такой же степени. Стоп.
Hey, her innocence Dolores Day liked little figurines, right? Liked holding little men between her fingers, remember?
Что?
You have the revolutionary soldier figurine. You should give it to her. Win her back.
Теперь это будет моя задача.
So very, very, very nifty. Nifty and
Интересно.
The mother of humanism stands above you. Why?
Потому что она всего лишь витраж?
That does seem to be a problem. Maybe you meant something else?
Что, например, задание еще не
I don't
завершилось?
know. What are we thinking of? Part of your mind has gone on to other things already. Only a strange little sadness remains. The mother of humanism. Why? That does seem... The mother of humanism towers above you.
То есть второй раз не это. При этом он пароль как бы выяснил, но как бы не может его повторить. Вот что за логика, блин?
The machine's keyboard is still illuminated. The speak...
Good evening. Good. Please repeat the password. Still? No. I am... No. Receive.
Нет, хрен.
Yes, I am... I was...
Doesn't it get lonely? Sitting there all by herself.
По подтверждению пароля в восточно-староавральском ретрансляторе. Мою работу знаю, где вы находитесь. Fortress Accident. Такой работы не бывает одиноко?
Lonely? Why would it get lonely? I get to talk all day to people like you over a warm cup of tea.
Интересно.
That's why she does this.
Now, please tell me why you're calling Fortress Accident.
Спасибо. Короче, не
The
понимаю.
machine's keyboard is still... Nothing happens. Behind the hatch sits a cube.
Непонятно. 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 Ну, это маньяк наш. А во сколько же она здесь объявляется тогда? Да. Человек-краб. Ну, пойдем спать тогда, чё? Не понимаю я вот этого момента, то есть, почему он точно выявил пароль, после чего забыл то, что тут только что он при изучении витража с помощью прокнувших мне пробросок кубиков все как бы вроде выяснил, и после этого не может назвать пароль, потому что что? Бесит. Не люблю такие моменты в РПГ, вот серьезно. Ну ладно, пойдем спать. В принципе, день был насыщенный, денег мы заработали, книжек накупали, и Вирл зачем-то тоже купили, в общем, наркомания какая-то. Но зато мы можем перебросить, кстати... Да, кстати, это интересная тема. Сейчас. Перебросить в ломбард, но это потом. Это не срочно. Спать.
The bed is still cold from... It's not easy, but your bones are so tired from what feel like weeks of work on the case. You have to try. After what feels like hours, you feel you might be sleeping.
Thoughts, baby. A million little lights in the dark. You're one fine instrument, brother. All those faces and all those names. All that laughter and screaming and scheming around. Every corner and every street. Recorded in you forever on ferrotape.
Крутится в вечности.
On and on it goes for untold hours. At the disco where you first asked her to dance. Rising, rising above the dark curvature. The great wingspan of sleep, studded with stars.
Но мы туда вернемся, все равно там трупы надо сначала оформить.
Behold, there are millions of them down there. The first time, the last
Я понял.
time. The smoke in her mouth, the plotted flowers, the faces turning, changing. It's the world, Harry boy, and And you're made of it. Every day you're out there, you make more of yourself from it. I'm afraid you can't be unmade now. You can never forget this shit.
Цвет, голоса.
All stuck on loop. Whirling, spitting out words and images.
You're the son of the world again. Harrister, a ceaseless agent. Picking up litter and old newspapers. Collecting your little bubblegum wrappers and idiotic picture postcards. Meaningless keepsakes.
Reading your awful letters and recalling things, aren't you? The endless names of the world. An address book you are. The
Именно.
map of
Я
a
движущая
city.
сила мира.
You'll go insane if you keep going like this. One more day, and you'll be in the loony bin. I just know you will.
Не игра, а сплошной
And
концепт.
for what, brother man?
For the working class. For the money, baby. For the greater good.
Критикут.
Solving your little crossword puzzles. Doing your tasks. Crossing names off lists. Trying to become some sort of world detector. It won't make it okay. It won't put smoke back in her mouth.
Я строю коммунизм.
There he goes again. He's a real political animal, our Harry. He still doesn't see that it's the world changing around him.
He's got no idea what he's in for.
Чё это? Ой, иди нахрен.
Beep, beep, beep. The alarm is ringing, Harry. The disco circus goes on and on. You barely slept 3 hours last night.
You can do it. It's nothing. Do it for the city. Go. Do it for the picture puzzle. Put it all together. Solve the world.
Мэ. Мэ. Один сплошной концепт сплошной. Так.
Rise and shine, comrade. It's time to get to work. Despite all the thinking you've been doing, only 0.0001% of communism has been built. It's too great a task to undertake alone. You're going to have to get organized.
А ты видал, насколько я больше не тряпка собрался? Прям
It's
ух.
good that your personal business is in order, but we're talking about political matters of world historical import here.
Окей.
You must seek out your revolutionary brothers and sisters. Find out how much communism they've built. Then, together, maybe you'll be able to build as much as 0.0002% of communism. But it won't be. Decades of persecution by coalition authorities have driven the remaining communists of Martinaise underground. They live underground. These communists aren't men. They're mole people.
Ой. Ну и как мне найти их, если они прячутся?
Let your nose guide you, detective.
Обоняние. Так сказать, обаяние, очаровать, выведать тайны, это я умею, да, обаяние.
No, we meant your nose, as in that swollen muck detector in the center of your face. It just happens to be perfectly calibrated for sensing communists. We really have no idea what they're talking. There's no linkage between ideology and olfaction.
Ладно, чем пахнет коммунизм?
Failure.
Спасибо! Ладно, чем пахнет крах?
It's a smell you know all too well. Simultaneously
Юра,
repulsive and
постарайтесь
yet
сходить. Да.
deeply appealing. Musty with a sharp tang, but also a remnant of lost sweetness. Like a rotting mango that's been swaddled in a coat from your grandfather's attic.
Башкирировали медики, которые организовали террористскую забастовку на скорой.
What you're smelling is your own body odor, of course. People sometimes complain there are no real communists left in Martinaise, but you can smell their presence. They're out there, waiting for you to join them. Incidentally, during the waning days of the anti-centennial revolution, a number of Revacholian communards constructed elaborate hideouts in abandoned root cellars, hollowed out tree trunks, and even residential sewage tanks. This latter phenomenon gave rise to the early anti-communist
Я тут к вопросу
slogan,
о том, что этот
"The
самый.
future's bright when you flush out the white".
Я тут к тому, что тут пока делать было нефиг, интернета не было, ничего не было, я такой сидел, такой, не знал, чем себя занять, залез в контакт, под нефиг делать с телефона. И мне попалась совершенно феерическая, я не запомнил, какой-то паблик, феерическая, значит, текст про Маккейна, бывшего сенатора Маккейна, который же помер. И там чудесное совершенно, просто чудесное, потому что этот храбрый летчик, русский паблик, храбрый летчик совершил 22 боевых вылета, на 23-м там что-то такое был сбит, после чего попал в плен. Его папаша, сенатор, кажется, там, или там адмирал, генерал, хрен с ним. Короче, типа договорился, чтобы политики начали договариваться об его обмене, но он отказался выходить один и остался со своими товарищами там по несчастью. В общей сложности он провел в плену, в вьетнамском плену 5,5 лет каждый день, подвергаясь пыткам и психологическому давлению. Бедный, несчастный командир бомбардировщика. Он всего лишь бомбил вьетнамские города, скидывал на рядовых граждан и, так сказать, напал. А его 5,5 лет держали в заперти. Бедненький, как же ему было плохо. Пипец вообще. Ладно, я готов.
First, you'll have to locate the remaining communists in Martinaise. When you get near to someone with revolutionary potential, your nose will give you the signal to establish contact.
Окей.
Again, no, it won't.
А!
Any olfactory response you perceive will be
Восприятие,
strictly
молодец.
psychosomatic. Judging from the bust of Krasmazov and other revolutionary paraphernalia you discovered, it seems that the Capeside apartments may be a hotbed of communist activity.
Да не было никаких каждодневных пыток, их просто держали в тюрьме. На кой хрен? Понимаешь, там потом замечательно совершенно. Там же потом есть совершенно конкретные фотографии, видео, когда их выпускали. Ну да, они не толстые. То есть, когда их выпускают, они такие, ну, там, кто-то не бритый, кто-то еще что-то. Но они там, ну, да, не располнели на этом деле, да, там, похудевшие. Да, ну, насчет пыток, ребят, ну, что за бред? Ну, 5,5 лет под каждодневных пыток, как себе это представляете вообще? Да там вьетнамцы устали бы такое делать.
You should begin by interrogating those lawless malcontents at the Dock Workers Union. There, an
Ладно,
ovens
принять
of-
задание.
There you go.
Так, 7 утра. Посмотри-ка, ванну принять нельзя. Кстати, вопрос.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your face, adorned with the expression.
Так. Хорошо, давай попробуем. У меня же болторез был. Где он, скотина? Куда делся болторез? А,
A mirror hangs on the bathroom.
ой.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. The chain cutters slip out of your hands as you attempt to twist the fork.
Бесишь. Да мне интересно, нам тут религию народ. Да бред же. Что-то подобное в Америке. Да. Да ну, наркомания просто.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. The chain cutters slip out of your.
Двойку выбил. Да не, ну просто я понимаю, там, когда там американские паблики такое публикуют. Ну наши-то что? Совсем башкой поехали.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. The chain cutters.
Да твою мать. Это займет некоторое время, извините. Ну, 28 вполне себе нормально.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. The chain cutters.
Зачем просто понять не могу. Вам делать
A
больше
mirror
нехрен.
hangs on
Чё
the
за бред?
bathroom wall. The chain cutters slip
Чтоб
out of
тебя
it.
разорвало. Я даже могу в большей степени понять паблики, которые самое качают какую-то белогвардейщину неадекватную, игнорируя полностью, например,
A mirror
неудобные им
hangs on the bathroom wall.
воспоминания и дневники
The
самих
chain cutters
белогвардейцев.
slip out.
То есть, когда ему говоришь, я тут недавно, кстати, встретился с таким человеком, угорал просто очень долго. Он сказал, что все преступления Колчака, точнее, колчаковского управления, это все советские мифы. Я говорю, да, генерал Грейвс, как бы там вот,
A mirror
собственно,
hangs on the
генерала
bathroom
возглавлявший.
wall. The chain cut.
А генералы французской экспедиции, то есть интервенции, японской интервенции, английской, американской интервенции, они все это выдумали, видимо. То есть там докладные записки в парламенты, дневники, мемуары, они все это придумали. Чувак офигенно выдал. Всем же известно, что Грейвс был на зарплате у большевиков. Я даже, честно, я вот такая незамутненная, что я даже не нашелся, что ответить в данном случае. То есть, типа, что? Грейвс, генерал Грейвс, возглавлявший да, всех купили, возглавлявший один из корпусов интервенции. То есть, как бы... Как? Что? Почему? Как это работает? Но нет, он понимаешь,
A mirror
все, мне
hangs
очень
on
нравится
the
это
bathroom wall.
чудесно всем
The
известно.
faucet is quite terribly mangled. You handle the chain cutters. Told you that you. The mirror begins to clear slowly without you having to wipe it.
То есть, как бы я все понимаю, но генерал Грейвс, как раз человек, который, по-моему, именно он был, или нет, или это был британишка, автором фразы, что да, мы можем ввести там 10 миллионов, и там сколько там, 2 миллиона солдат Антанты и разбить большевиков. Но когда 100 миллионов русских хотят красных и не хотят белых, мы с этим сделать ничего не можем. Да, это был, по-моему, начальник, это был командир британской как раз интервенции. Он фразу сказал, докладывая парламенту. То есть это из его речи. Но нет, ни хера, их всех купили большевики. Блин, откуда такие бабки, только непонятно. Потом давеча читал совершенно чудесное, что... Извините, офф-топ, у меня просто что-то денег дурацкий. Давеча читал совершенно чудесное про Ленина, что как Ленин жил в Швейцарии. Оказывается, в Швейцарии, значит, там совершенно чудесный, на самом деле, текст, я прям восхитился. Он так построен интересно. Короче, в Швейцарии, вообще говоря, Ленин жил довольно скромненько. Вот. Кто не знает, он жил в бедняцком районе, в таком неблагополучном. Тогда он считался, ну не типа там, не типа в нашей Марьиной роще, но вот не очень хороший район считался. Ему не на чем было ездить, поэтому социал-демократы Швейцарии подарили ему велосипед. Он ездил на велосипеде по Женеве. Но в тексте потрясающе. Там полностью проигнорировано, в каком районе он жил. Там зато сказано, что выступая якобы в интересах пролетариата, Ленин в обычной жизни, в бытовом смысле жизни, старался сторониться этих людей, связанных с тяжелой промышленностью, запахами, там, грубостью и грязью. И поэтому выбрал для проживания в Швейцарии Женеву, в которой не было тяжелой промышленности. Я охерел просто. Вот так вот. Это во. И там же было написано, что то, что немцы давали деньги Ленину, это неправда. К началу 17 года РСДРПБ была практически не существовала, бабой, потому что у них заканчивались деньги. Но после того, как произошла февральская революция, значит, там стало получше, и вот перед отъездом в Россию Ленин позвонил в американское посольство и пытался встретиться с будущим главой ЦРУ Далласом. Даллас трубки не взял, И Ленин поехал в опломбированном вагоне уже с немецкими деньгами, потому что вот в этот момент кайзерская Германия стала спонсировать большевиков. Даллас пишет об этом в своем отказе на разговор, срочный разговор с Лениным, как о самой большой ошибке. Ведь тогда все могло пойти по-другому, потому что тогда бы деньги были не немецкие, а американские, и Ленин бы исполнял не немецкие интересы, а американские. Я так и не понял, откуда. То есть он там, чувак-автор ссылается на какие-то мемуары Далласа, я перекопал вот то, что у меня было по Далласу, я что-то вообще не могу вспомнить, чтобы Ленин пытался связаться с Далласом, Даллас отказался, и потом сказал, что это чудовищная ошибка, и типа тогда бы он контролировал Ленина. Чё? Да нет, просто там бесполезно, там просто вот ссылаешься на, например, записки, дневники и мемуары Оболенского, который был при Врангеле, например. Ну, нет, не Счетова. На какого-нибудь там Милюкова, который тоже вообще-то нифига не красный, тоже не Счетова. Ничего не Счетова. Кроме пропагандистских хреновин Ильина. Причем и Ильина они на самом деле умудряются вырвать из контекста, потому что Ильин признавал, что как бы на практике это благословенное белое воинство творило черт знает что. Правда, Ильин говорил, что это оправданное черт знает что, потому что мы и есть настоящие классические, настоящие, ну, в смысле, белые. Мы, говорил Ильин, и белые, вот, белое воинство благородное есть настоящие фашисты, а итальянцы все уперли, а нацисты все исковеркали. А настоящий благородный фашизм, он может быть только православным, если что. Вот, и поэтому Ильин считал, что все это насилие над мирным населением, оно как бы было абсолютно оправдано, как вы понимаете. И убийства бессудные тоже были абсолютно оправданы целиком и полностью. Но, естественно, Ильина мы читаем поперек. Там тут мы читаем, там мы не читаем. Цирк.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. Still not happening.
Вы все врете. Да нет, просто, понимаешь, самое смешное, что как раз белые авторы ни хрена не скрывали никогда. Вот у меня одна из вещей, которая меня восхищает в поклоннике белогвардейщины, что типа, вот это были такие благородные люди. Ну, почитайте их вот просто не вырванные из контекста фразы. Вот вы читаете вырванные из контекста фразы Ленина, а потом вы и их типа побеждаете. Или вообще придуманная фраза Ленина, ладно. Ну, моя любимая. Было бы величайшей ошибкой думать. Все, это ж Ленин сказал, ну и все. Значит, думать не надо. А потом вы как бы воюете с ними вырванными из контекста фразами белых. Но при этом белые особо не скрывали, что они хотели, в каком порядке и когда, и как бы и какими инструментами. Я не очень понимаю, как так можно.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom
Я еще
wall.
понимаю воевать с
Still
несуществующими фразами Ленина, но воевать с ними несуществующими фразами белых, это ж перебор. Это что такое? Серьезно, лучше бы они в компьютерные игры играли. Да, так они срались-то со страшной силой. Так вот, помнишь эпизод в «Неуловимых мстителях», когда два псевдо-кандидата на императорский престол дерутся в парижском ресторане? Так этот эпизод не придуман советскими сценаристами. Этот эпизод написан советскими сценаристами в связи с серьезнейшей дракой в парижском ресторане, причем не одной, между представителями, монархистами различных группировок, то есть там Владимировичем, по-моему, Кирилловичами. Передрались Владимировичи и Кирилловичи, а им всем по морде еще надавали республиканцы. Потому что белые были еще и республиканцы. И там была реально довольно серьезная массовая драка в Париже, когда вот как бы драку начали монархисты двух разных направлений, а потом туда присоединились республиканцы и наклали всем. Очаровательно. Да я говорю, белые никогда ничего не скрывают. Ну как
a
так
mirror
можно?
hangs on the bathroom wall. It's like
О.
something snaps in you. A nerve ending. A thought. A sadness. Your face in the mirror is suddenly clean of the layer that had distorted it for God knows how long. Just like that, it's over. The running gag that your life had become. A sad old man.
О, ухмылка пропала, смотрите на картинке, прикольно. Ладно, пойдем отсюда. Так, лом. Так, по идее, ты у нас там внизу, Ким. Сейчас заплатим сразу за ночь. Кимушка!
Yes?
Сам нюхай Кима.
The lieutenant's posture becomes rigid and uncomfortable as you lean forward and sniff the area just above. The lieutenant is fastidious as a cat in matters of his personal upkeep. And yet, in the folds of his jacket, you can just perceive the stale and acrid traces of oil rags, transmission fluid, and brake pads.
Так,
Wait.
дорога.
There's something else there. Something that sets your GABA receptors aflutter. The lieutenant's aftershave, a common drugstore brand. Strong hints of pine needle. But what sort of ideological picture do these smells paint? Tough to say.
Секунду.
Do you need something, detective?
Как я подозревал, ты не лейтенант, ты
I
механик.
do like to hang around the motor pool every now and then, but that doesn't make me a mechanic. Sort of
Mechanic.
like how hanging around the liquor store hasn't made you into a master distiller.
Эй!
My apologies, detective. I couldn't resist. Was there something else you wish to discuss?
Ничего, ладно, хрен с тобой. Так. Попробуем отправиться в церковь. Стоп.
Wait. No. Something about this bunch doesn't smell right.
Разве это не люди Еврара?
They are, but they don't seem too keen to talk with you, do they? No, they don't. Glenn seems to be contemplating grievous
Нет,
bodily
не
harm
протестантов.
while he massages
Это уже
his
во времена
knuckles.
протестантизма. Я чувствую бунтовщиков за милю. Судья, когда судил капитана Блада.
In the far back, Eugene is doing his best to ignore you. And from his perch at the end of the table, Titus Hardy himself stares at you with a cold contempt that makes you want to leave the cafeteria straight away. Besides, you're pretty sure they consider themselves social democrats.
Ладно. Что я хотел сказать-то? Ладно, короче, в общем, поклонники белогвардейцев мне все равно меньше удивляют, чем люди, которые пишут оды американским военным преступникам.
I've got nothing to say to you. Why are
Подожди-ка.
It's
Сейчас.
you again.
It's you again. Попробуем окошко жахнуть. Окошко жахнуть!
Again.
Good one, Titus.
Странно, нету. А, будущика. А почему здесь протестанты? Это же протестантистская Англия. Это восстание против... Ладно, хрен с ним.
Behind the dockworkers, a ceiling height
Блин,
window. The
давай.
hawthorn branches scrape the glass. Nothing.
Начинается. Ну, уже просто, я понимаю, что это идиотизм, но с другой стороны, мне уже просто тупо любопытно, что там еще вскроется. Поэтому я начинаю прокать всякую херню. Глупость, конечно, но что делать. Я у вас такой.
Behind the dockworkers, there's a yellow ribbon tied to one of the branches. Light yellow, faded with time. A tiny splash of color in the blackness of the thicket. Hanging from it, a bronze key. Someone hid the key in the bush and attached a yellow ribbon to make it easier to find. It's close enough to the latch up there. One can slide it open and just take it. Surely not a coincidence.
Сюда спрятал в кустах ключ.
Huh?
Чит, можешь, пожалуйста, подать мне ключ?
I'm not your janitor, cop.
If he says it's there, it's there.
Можно я протиснусь между вами и возьму ключ?
I don't know about that. I'm comfortable here. Don't think any sliding would really help right now.
Sorry, fucko. Looks like you're gonna have to go bush diving. Good fucking luck with that. The Hawthorne's got a bitch of a bite.
I'm gonna enjoy the sight of you in the bushes out there.
With a loud thud, the old man stands up, pushes the window open, grabs the key from the hawthorn branch and slides it across the table to you.
Взять ключ.
The key is brass. Workshop spare is etched into its bow. The old man closes the window and sits back down in silence.
Вот это авторитет.
Come on, man. We were just having some fun. Where's the harm in?
I'm tired of listening to your shit.
Спасибо, старик.
Don't thank me. I don't give two shits about your key.
There is a silence around this man's words. Unlike Titus, they're afraid of him. That's the type of respect he commands.
Ты не узнаешь, почему этот ключ висел прямо за окном зала для членов профсоюза?
Didn't even know it was there. Boys.
No idea.
Never even seen it. Someone must have hidden it there before this room became our place.
Интересно, что он отпирает,
Could
знаю.
open the door in the kitchen.
Да.
The blue door. It says workshop spare. Maybe there's a workshop there?
It's worth a try.
Да, it's worth of try. I'm totally agree with you, my dear friend. My English is perfect. Are it not?
You see a heavy steel. The key fits the dimple lock. Dust rises before you like mist. No. Smells like... Master investigator. You just can't keep yourself away from locked and hidden places.
Да.
can you?
Мой долг изучить каждый квадрат сантиметра этого мира.
Attaboy. The world's secrets were made for you. They wait patiently.
Чё там? Джемрок. Несколько случайно левелап не было? Нет, не было. Ладно, хрен с тобой. Давай, открывай. Все-таки да, крестьянство. Что-то я тогда не помню подробности восстания, потому что восстание это 17 век. То есть это уже правление другой династии. Это уже вместо Тюдоров правят эти самые. Короче, после Тюдоров следующая династия. Елизавета I умерла, следующая династия после Тюдоров у нас... Как их чертей-то, господи. Там были какие-то разборки? Ну, я что-то не помню там прям... Ну ладно, хрен с ним. Интересно.
All these mesmerizing machines, just waiting to be plugged back in and played.
Провести пальцем по пыли на автомате белая Деора.
Feels like it might jump back to life any moment. The lights illuminating the white-robed woman.
Что такое белая Деора?
Some kind of inane pinball theme. Probably related to Messina during the Delorean age. The history themes are the worst.
The lieutenant grimaces, looking at the machines.
Кажется, ты недолюбливаешь пинбол, Ким.
No, I love it. I love pinball. Who doesn't love pinball? Let's move on.
He doesn't.
А как насчет вот этого франкигрийского чемпионата? Хочешь сыграть?
No.
Арс выручить?
You can't fire them up. They are broken. Only that one machine in the main hall works. The Royalist Pinball.
What a dumb name. Royalist Pinball. If they weren't broken, he would kick one of these machines about. Kim
Есть!
Pinball Kitsuragi.
Ким Пинбол Кацураги, он же Кимбол.
Exactly. That's what he's known as. His reputation precedes him.
Yeah! Ты Ким Пинбол Кацураги!
So now he remembers. Fine, I'm Kim Pinball Kitsuragi, aka the Kimball. You remembered. Congratulations.
Да нет, остальное-то не помню.
Wonderful. He only remembers hearing about the pinball policeman.
Не похоже, что ты любишь пинбол.
No human being should. It is a game that requires no skill and a childlike affinity to flashing lights and to fantastique, science-fiction, and historic romance franchise. It is lame.
Lame? Почему тебя прозвали пинболом?
I am not called pinball. It was used to taunt me a long time ago, before I became a homicide detective and got my lieutenancy.
Так ты...
Fine. I was a juvenile police officer for over 15 years. It's how I started out in the RCM. Once I had to infiltrate a pinball ring, as you do when you're a juvie cop.
Хорошо.
It was not okay. I needed to become a pinball champion. I trained for 9 months. The job was successful and I was moved out of the juvenile wing to homicide. End of story.
15 лет работал с малолетними преступниками?
That time is over now. I was already a 38-year-old man. It was unbecoming, as was playing pinball.
So that's why he doesn't want to talk to Kuno. Trauma and stressor disorder from being a juvie cop.
Так вот почему ты не стал говорить с Куна.
It's best if you handle the juvenile delinquents.
Ой, для меня ты лейтенант Кицураги.
Not only to you, I am Lieutenant Kitsuragi to everyone. Now we really need to continue our sweep of what appears to be a secret path through the whirling.
Прикольно. Хи-хи, прикольная история. Но печально немножко. 15 лет работы с подростками, это такое. Встречаешь такого двухметрового дядечку с семьей в магазине, а потом вспоминаешь, что когда ему было 13, ты его через детскую комнату милиции прогонял за то, что он гранату учебную, в школу притащил и грозился взорвать директора. Хи! Извините. Ча. Привет, Феникс. Ну, заливайся уже. Вообще, все это, конечно, миленько. Миленько. Так, все, у меня лапа устала. Эта банка почему-то очень плохо гнется. Зачем делать такие банки, хоть плоскогубцами их жми? Маньяки, блин, долбанутые. Так, что там? Ключ нормально. Ключ внутри надпись. Где ключ? Это смешно. Так, что у нас плохого? 5 рублей и так-то. О. Какая-то работающая херня.
In the corner.
Пинбольный автомат?
Not just any pinball machine. This is the pinnacle of pinball. Cornelius Gordy and the Mountain Goats. It's lit. You can't wait to get your hands on it. Lit. A phrase almost synonymous with the Insulindian pinball scene. Any pinball scene, really.
Кем ты видишь то же, что и я?
The pinball machine. Gordy's Goats. A classic.
Давай-ка взглянем поближе. Ты в такой уже играл?
A little.
Feels like a lot.
Ah, great.
Cornelius Gordy and the Mountain Goats reads the golden lettering on the top of the back box. There's a small column of text underneath. The machine is coin operated. Get the game on, Fingerboy. Those flippers are ready.
Наклониться поближе и прочитать текст.
Above the painting of a mustached man climbing a hill, a column reads, Inspired by the legend of Cornelius Gordy, taken on the world's tallest peak, Corpus Muindi. The Mesk legend holds that when the nation is in danger,
Что, убийство? Не, подождите.
return and save his people.
Осмотреть игровое поле.
The theme of the game is to explore Gordy's climb through the perspective of goats and to ascend to the top of the mountain.
С точки зрения козлов.
Of trouble.
Ой-ой.
The peak of the mountain is at the top of the playfield. All the balls have small goat icons on them and represent the goats.
Ладно, рублик
as
можем
they race
потратить.
up and down the mountain. Areas around the playfield represent Gordy's climb, places he was said to have camped, which the goats can discover. Get them to the summit.
Что еще за козлы?
Indeed. Think of them as balls.
Ладно, давай.
It takes a while to get into a rhythm, but pretty soon you're able to keep 3 goat-faced balls in play with relative ease. Go, go, finger boy.
I feel sorry for the goats. If they only knew the kind of guy old Cornelius really was.
А я хорош?
Your game is definitely improving. The jolly goats are flying all over the board, and although a few plummet to their deaths, you're never left with less than 3. Suddenly, a special passage leading to the summit slides open at the top of the board. This is where the balls need to go. Maneuvering a goat ball into a position for a perfect hit isn't easy. More fall to their deaths. But finally, the opportunity presents itself. One of them gets through. Tiny hammer shatters something inside the machine. Something glass. An ampoule? The words "pale rupture" light up on the speaker panel, and the machine starts filling with a thick, milky fog. Something's happening.
Congratulations. This is where the game ends. It's a cheap way of getting more money out of the players. A stupid nihilistic finale.
There's so much fog, you can barely see anything. Some is actually leaking out of the machine, and one by one, your guns start slipping, disappear. This can be navigated. The balls leave almost imperceptible disruptions in the fog. Use them to calculate where they hit next. You're down to your last goat, going mostly by sound. Eyes are useless at this point, but that goat is something special.
Я не знал, что пинбол бывает такой разный.
You snatch him back from the jaws of death. You're in a perfectly balanced system where neither you nor the pal is able to get the upper hand. This could go on forever.
Ну ладно.
How if you can't even see it?
Почти 11.
The last goat plummets into the fog with almost suicidal glee. There goes nothing.
Ладно, как-нибудь потом. Так. У меня есть что-нибудь на скорость реакции? Подождите. А, это не перебросится на красное. Найн. Она красная. Ну ладно.
This small elevator is dimly lit by a bulb that's been glowing for ages. The latticed cage is open, inviting you to smells of nougat and sweat. Your head brushes up against the ceiling. There is a control panel to your right, and just enough room for 2 people to fit in. The maintenance card under the control panel reads, Last maintenance, 10th July, 88.
Тут пишет последний раз в течение 88-м.
That it does. I say, let's brave it.
Давненько.
The last century. Look on the bright side. If it fails, we will only sustain minor injuries. I'm talking 3, maybe 4 months in the hospital. Maximum 5.
Отлично.
It appears his whole enthusiasm is sarcastic.
Интересно, зачем был нужен этот лифт? Зачем был нужен этот лифт?
Seems like a small freight elevator for transporting machinery. For that, it's pretty quaint.
Ладно, на кнопки посмотрим.
There are large rectangular buttons. Monter, descend, and an international call for emergency assistance. That third one appears to be broken. A small steel plaque reads Halter 800. Halter is a Koningsteiner lift company who went out of business a long time ago.
Ладно, закрыть дверь и ехать наверх. Вот наркоман-то, а? Куда я поехал? Признавайся, куда ты собрался? Ля-ля-ля-ля-ля-ля. Эх, проиграл в игру, потратил рубль. История моей жизни. Ух ты, что я налево. Фигашеньки себешеньки. Кажется, мы нашли что-то. Было футуристической тематики. Эмпатия, координация. Неплохо. Хандра Нифокс. Знаете, что мне дает? Концептуализацию. А чем мне драма мешает? Офисные темные очки. Концептуализация. Это эмпатия и... Почему-то еще не отображается скотина. Координация. Ладно, оставим пока.
So this is where they brought 40 pinball machines to fix them up. A long time ago. Everything is covered with dust now. The lieutenant looks around the dusty, crowded room, inspecting the tools on the shelf.
Видимо, в какой-то момент ремонтировать пинбольные автоматы перестали.
At some point, 20 years ago, 15 maybe, before pinball went out of vogue.
Бывшая мастерская.
Looks like it. I'm guessing Martinez North 22 used to be a pinball arcade before it became a hostel. There are machines left over.
A creak. Some dust falls off a shelf.
Downstairs in the hall, next to the main door. One of them even works. I've seen one of the artists bang away at it.
Remember the dice maker? Then that means...
Танцы в трепе, бывший пинбольный зал Восточная Дельта. От него это все и осталось.
Ah, yes, as the novelty dice makers said. This has absolutely nothing to do with the case, I'm sure. But I do like a nice little connection.
But then it went bankrupt. Your skin crawls from making the connection.
А не значит ли это, что танцы в трепе часть проклятой торговой зоны?
If that's true, then our cafeteria manager is not going to like it. We should tell him what we found up here, omitting that suspicion. He does not appear to be the kind of man who likes his establishment to be part of a neighborhood ghost story.
A stupid superstition. But still, it would be interesting to see what the cafeteria manager thinks of this. It's not a ghost story. It's a curse. And God made knowledgeable, so he could perform counterspells.
Что за задание, подожди, друг? Проклятый отель. Поговорить об этом с Гартом. А? Что?
You clearly see footprints in the downy carpet of dust covering the workshop floor.
Jackpot. These, unlike everything else here, are new.
Здесь бы кто-то был неделю или две назад.
3 weeks maximum from the dust coverage. It could easily have been 1 week too. You know, officer.
This is so good it makes him forget the whole Kimball memory.
It was a stereo investigation after all. It has now converged with our main investigation, adding a new fact to consider.
Ладно, что же это значит?
It means someone snuck through what seems like a secret route, behind our rape victim's room, in the recent weeks. This may prove to be significant.
Посмотрим поближе.
Large prints, most likely made by Boots. The size is hard to determine. Soul could be bigger than Vamp. The soles have left a pattern, uniform, horizontal lines.
Ким, следы не похожи на те с разными подошвами, что мы обнаружили рядом с повешенными.
The size looks about the same, actually. They are not the same shoe, but they could be the same person.
А, второй вариант.
No. These little horizontal lines are different. They look custom-made to me.
Everything around you is quiet. The prints crisscross the workshop.
Окей, идем дальше. Интересно.
The door is small but heavy looking. It's barred from the inside.
Что же скрывается по ту сторону?
Unless we've veered off into a folded M dimension, I'm expecting to step out on the roof. We could ask Glass about his route. See how she reacts.
Folded M dimension. A reference to the popular science fiction series, In System. Look who's in a good mood suddenly and reads science fiction. Yes, it is quite likely that we will re-emerge on the M plane. Brace for psychokinetic impact.
Так,
or the roof.
Отодвинуть засов. Интересно, она устроит истерику, нет? Тан-тан-тан-тан-тан-тан, тан-тан-тан, тан-тан-тан-тан-тан. Извините. Ла-ла-ла-ла-ла.
Just as you look at the flowers, a gust of wind raises them from the roof, picking them up in the air. The wind brushes them off the roof.
Поймать. Ну давай, женщина. Поговорим с тобой.
Welcome to the roof.
Her hair is still slick from the shower. Below her silvery jumpsuit, an athletic young body, built long and lean.
I'm sorry for the mess down there. The cleaning lady hasn't come by in days. I'm beginning to wonder if she ever will.
Отличный вид у вас тут открывается.
It's much nicer now.
Where the dead body used to hang, clearly visible from the roof, but no longer.
No longer.
Thank you for that, officers. Truly.
There is something in her light brown eyes, a sadness, when she thinks about the death of that man.
Уборщица, мне она тоже нужна.
Oh yes, legends of room number 1 have made their way around the building. They say a portal to hell has opened in there.
4. Там присутствует вихрь темной энергии, но ведут они не в ад, куда-то еще, в место, которое сильно отличается от нашего мира.
A third place? Interesting. That's probably why the cleaning lady quit.
I'm Kim Kitsuragi. I'm a detective from Precinct 57. I believe you have already met my colleague from Precinct 41.
Have I ever? Have you grown accustomed to your role as a police officer?
Oh yeah, feel the power.
Не бывает бывших полицейских.
Like riding a copper-cycle.
Miss, we are investigating the murder of the man down there. The people who put him there have asked us to talk to you.
Huh. I see.
Be careful. Ask something else first. When you go there, use words like, I hear you have been through something difficult.
Назовите свое имя, мисс, это для протокола.
Flazier Amondu.
Сколько лет?
I'm 28.
А откуда?
Vredefort, Republic of Oranje.
Профессия?
Something stupid. Oranese
Какими?
lit.
Оранской литрой?
Oranese literature. It's what I studied at the university.
И о чем пишут оранские писатели?
Fear of failure, fear of death, how it sucks to be Oranese.
Да, русская литература.
All national literatures are... Only the name of the nation changes.
Okay. What about Revacholian literature? People sometimes reveal things about themselves when they discuss such matters.
И Ревашольский тоже?
No. Revacholian lit is about how magnificent and serious Revachol is. It's about how you have to save the world.
Да, необходимость есть такая.
That's the natural state of the Revacholian hero.
Хе-хе.
She seems quite relaxed for a victim of assault. But, of course, what seems should not be your priority.
Оранская литра, что именно вы с ней делаете?
Nothing. I do nothing with it.
А чем же вы зарабатываете?
Cool.
I've made more money by just being than I have with Ranizlet.
И кем же вам приходилось бывать?
Many things. A roller skating instructor, a secretary, Miss Oranje 37.
It's the world's most tired smile. Of course she won a beauty pageant. She's very symmetrical.
She's very symmetrical. Можно взглянуть на ваш паспорт?
I'm afraid you can't, officer.
Why is that?
Because it's buried in a sealed plastic bag at an undisclosed location on the coast, along with cash and airline tickets.
Thank you for your candor. Why?
They say so in your tourist brochure. Keep travel documents away from your person when west of the river.
Но откуда мне тогда знать, что вы назвали свое настоящее имя?
If I were to lie to you, I would come up with a more mainstream name than Clausia Mondu. It's a weird name.
Ладно.
Okie-dokie.
До протокола на этом все. Все.
The record. So official.
Нам сказали, что у вас были какие-то неприятности.
Something difficult? I've been through at least half a dozen difficult things. Which one do you
Насильственным
mean?
действием сексуального характера?
By sexually assaulted, you mean raped?
Yes.
It's a bit early in the morning for raped, isn't it?
She sounds positively buoyant, vivacious, totally unbothered.
Сейчас не так уж и рано.
She looks around. The sun has risen over the sea. People are rushing to work below.
It is. It's murderously early. I'm amazed I'm awake. Why am I even awake?
Так подвергались?
Yeah. I'm gonna go with not raped. I don't want to say that shit about him.
By him, she must mean the victim.
Tell them it's not my style. They'll have to, you know, if they want to jazz up the charges, they'll have to get someone more, rapeable.
Rapeable?
By they, she means the Hardy Boys.
Are you saying that you were asked to tell us you were assaulted?
Not explicitly, but I understood what they meant. It wouldn't hurt to spice things up a bit. Some assault and battery. Sexual assault, maybe. It was clear the latter would be spicier.
За что же они его повесили, если он не насильник?
He had something to do with the strike. One has been roiling since I got here. Rotten timing. But you probably know all about it.
And his role in this strike was what?
I think he was in a security detail. He was ex-military, worked for Wild Pines, and against the Union. We didn't discuss work much, if you know what I mean. But I understood it was dangerous.
And they lynched him for it?
She nods.
Тит попросил вас приукрасить рассказ для нас?
Pretty much.
Warming them.
Как вы познакомились с парнями Харди?
They're frequent guests downstairs. They have a booth for union members. They're probably down there now.
Так познакомились-то как?
Over drinks. It's been a long, boring winter.
There must be more to it. You should return to this topic after you've talked about her relationship with the deceased, maybe.
Что вы можете про него рассказать? Имя, цвет глаз, возраст?
I'm sorry, I can't do it. Not right now. Later, maybe. I keep seeing him. Like he is now. I can't talk about his, I don't know, hair.
I know it's difficult, miss. We can return to it later.
Чем вы, жертвы, занимались?
We partied.
Типа как я?
With all due respect, sir, I think we partied a little harder than that.
Не думаю, чаще, чем вот так, не думал, что это физически возможно.
Oh, it is. You're still alive.
Хорошее,
What did you
хорошее.
do when you partied?
We drank, sir. A lot. For weeks, basically. We had that effect on each other. We made each other drink harder. That's why I liked him.
What else?
Stimulants. Speed also has that effect, making you drink harder. And then drinking harder makes you do more speed. It's quite the combination. We also had sex.
Вы были любовниками?
I guess you can say that, yes. A bit. Lovers is such an emotional word.
No.
But there was something there. We did enough drugs for there to be.
How did you two meet?
Downstairs. At the bar. He was on some sort of assignment. A military man, as you probably know. Had a cool, scary scar.
When was this?
A month ago? Something like that.
Должно быть, вам было тяжело видеть его таким.
Oh, yes. I've had a great view. From the roof, out of the bathroom window, in my dreams.
A bitter cringe. It hurts. You look to the lieutenant.
You called us, the RCM.
Yes.
Jackpot.
Промолчать.
I made it. And I would appreciate it if you didn't tell everyone. In Martinez, they call it snitching.
Reporting crimes is confidential in Revachol, miss.
Почему же вы тогда это сделали?
Because I couldn't handle it anymore. None of these people called. He just kept hanging there. Then they started stripping him.
The voice was disguised. Did you...
I didn't exactly disguise it. I just muffled the mic and nicked the landline a little.
Чикнула?
With nail clippers. And I diverted some radio fuzz into it. Into the cold wire.
You were right
Умная
to
девочка.
suspect there might be foul play involved with the broken phone line.
И заодно повредили телефонную линию внизу.
Did I? Fuck. I didn't mean to. I had no idea what I was doing.
Jigsaw falling into place. This is satisfying. Good catch. I appreciate the symmetry.
А зачем все эти сложности?
I don't know, sir. It was stupid. I was drunk, too. I was probably afraid the union was listening in. Locals say they have ears in the wires.
Thank you for making the call, miss. It was the right thing to do.
I didn't want to, sir. But if I hadn't, you'd still be hanging there.
Откуда у него в голове взялась пуля?
Bullet? They shot him too? They stripped his clothes and they shot him?
You mean after they hanged him?
I'm confused, sorry.
So am I. Were you aware that he had also been shot, miss?
Things are starting to go a little over my head here. I thought he was hanged. I was not present when they did it. I don't know what happened. I just know what they told me. And Sylvie, the bartender.
This is beginning to get confusing for you too, and we don't like that. Where was she last Sunday night?
Ничего не говорить пока.
If we're letting things be out of courtesy, why did you even dig the bullet out?
Ладно, 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 ладно.
Bullet?
You mean...
I'm
So
Things are
This is beginning to get...
Где вы были?
cowering. I was cowering downstairs with Sylvie.
Ну-ка расскажите еще раз.
Like I said, we met over drinks.
Зажигали?
A little, yeah.
Like you partied with the deceased?
No, not as hard.
I'm sorry to have to ask this, but have you had a physical relationship with any of the Hardy Boys?
I have.
С каким?
Which ones, sir? I don't remember precisely. Titus, obviously. But as I said, it's been a long winter.
Спасибо.
She breathes a silvery sigh of relief and weariness. The air on the roof feels humid.
Should we head back downstairs, officer? We may have things to discuss there.
As he says so, you feel the young woman looking at you and get a feeling you can't quite put your finger on. A suspicion?
Ну-ка, ну-ка, маленький вопрос.
She nods. Silvery cigarette fumes.
У меня есть личный вопрос.
Yes, you're just one room away. Very personal.
Good. Yes. This means she could have heard something. Like what you were doing before you blacked out.
Вы были в номере в воскресенье ночью. Мне нужно знать, что я делал перед тем, как потерять память.
You do not need to know that. What you need is to ask normal police questions. Like,
Get a grip, he thinks. At least do your personal stuff when I'm not here.
Неплохой номер.
Yeah, it's pretty deluxe.
Знаешь, что она ведет лифту в дверь?
I did not. Mystery solved then. I kept wondering where it led.
There may be more to this mystery at some later time. She's holding back. Let's make a mental note for now.
В стене проделано небольшое отверстие, оно выходит в вашу спальню.
A peephole? You mean like a hole in the wall?
Yes, looking into your bedroom, miss.
Okay.
A jitter of fear and disgust moves through her body, beginning from her shoulders and ending in her hips. The cigarette tastes foul to her now.
Do you think this is somehow connected to me?
Возможно, всего лишь совпадение.
Okay. Do you have any way of knowing how long it has been there?
Unfortunately, no. But if I were to guess, long enough. The perforation is under the bookshelf on your wall. It shouldn't be hard to cover with some tape.
Как вы думаете, кто это мог сделать?
Shit. I don't know. Maybe it's been there for a long time. Maybe the local kids use it or something. I don't know.
She does. She must have some idea.
I'll be fucking covering it up with a lot of tape, that's for sure. Was there anything else back there?
Должны же вы хоть что-нибудь об этом знать. Кто бы мог быть заинтересован, чтобы его проделать?
Honestly, I have no clue.
Yet, maybe it's something she's keeping for a later move, when she's more sure of herself.
На полу были следы свежие.
Huh. This isn't good.
Это старая мастерская.
Okay.
Пока все.
She's lost in thought. Eyes narrowed. Forehead furrowed.
Что вы делаете здесь?
I'm wintering.
How long have you been staying here?
About 4 months. I came in November.
Почему здесь?
Here in the Whirling, here in Martinez, or here in Ravishall?
Мартинес.
I heard this is where the washed-up disco has-beens go.
Ну. Вы слишком молоды.
I'm really not.
Окей.
I'm wintering.
How long?
About 4 months. Here in the Whirling.
В танцах.
Because it's the funkiest building in Martinez. And because all the other buildings are bombed to hell.
Окей.
I'm winter. About 4 here in the Whirling. Here I
Ривашоль.
always wanted to see the only city in the world in the worst time of the year. It's a tourist thing.
This is by far not the only reason she's here, and she isn't really hiding it either.
Okay.
Watching herself reflected in the bedroom window, tall and sparkling and draped in smoke.
Why not?
Подожди.
Hello, officer?
She looks back. Time, don't worry. We will. You are advised. The strange.
42% мне выбивает 2 единицы. Класс. Издевательство просто какое-то. Издевательство. 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 Спасибо.
Light brown eyes look back at you, directly into the space behind your eye sockets. You see the smoke rise from between her painted red lips. She's beautiful. I have bad news for you.
Что?
You know these guys? Who? Me? Yes, you. He's talking about you, you boring stiff. You too. Me? What did I do? I'm merely a master thespian. These guys are compromised. She's got them singing along to her tune. The little bleeps and bloops you trust for info, you can't trust them anymore.
Боже.
Believe it.
И кто конкретно? Как это произошло?
How it always does, through subtlety.
И что мне делать?
There's nothing you can do about it. You are how you are, and she is how she is. Things will go as they do.
Собака. И ты можешь сделать так, чтобы они снова... можно?
No.
Какой в этом смысл?
It's better to know you're being played than to be played without knowing it, is it not?
Ну, ладно. И кто конкретно облажался?
There's no way of knowing. At the moment, I'm afraid it's best to assume all of the bullshit, man. I ain't compromised. Especially that guy. That guy's the most compromised one in here. No fucking way, man. I just want a drag of that sweet menthol Ziggy.
Ziggy.
Really? Quick. Tell me what's under her jumpsuit. Glory, truth, softness. Protect her. She wants you. I take it back. He's got it pretty bad. But this next guy's on another level entirely. She likes you. The crown head is a boring condom. He's jealous. This is human nature.
Значит ли это, что она врала мне?
I think it's safe to assume, yes. Mr. Thespian here hasn't been speaking up. If he were, I suspect there would be paeans to her truthfulness. Like this, she is a lady, most fair and just. In his defense, to reduce him to such inadequacy, she probably had to employ half-truths more often than outright lies.
Миленько, вы втрескались в блондинку.
That is correct. And omissions too.
А этому товарищу я могу доверять?
A little. They're all still of limited use, interpreting things to the best of their ability. Maybe they add flair or something. I wouldn't know. I don't add flair. But when it comes to assessments of character and factual accuracy, they are not to be trusted. Not with her.
Смогу ли я снова хоть одному из них довериться?
Don't be melodramatic. You can trust them. Just not with Miss Orange Disco Dancer here.
Что она задумала?
You can't draw a sound conclusion. The one he usually does said she may want to control the information rollout, not to become a suspect. She may have a past she's escaping, unrelated to this case. See? It's oddly moderate. Probably compromised.
Окей, ладно, хватит.
Don't worry. It's only been 4 or 5 seconds. You've got this.
Здорово, Мартинчик. Как дела? Так. Вы мной манипулируете?
Silence broken. She exhales a little cloud of smoke and says,
God, no. Yeah? All right. Not my favorite topic, but okay.
Ладно.
How about we,
Интересно. Это было смешно.
Looks like we have more to discuss with those so-called Hardy boys. Half their reasoning just went out the window.
Думаешь, после этого они более охотно пойдут на сотрудничество?
Nothing will make them respect the RCM, but it will disrupt the game they prepared for us. We just stripped off one layer of whatever it is. Her decision to not corroborate their story was definitely not part of the plan.
Почему, интересно?
What else could she have done? Lie? She saw there was no way to lie and get away with it.
У меня есть причина сомневаться в собственных способностях распознать ее ложь.
If not you, then me. It was a smart move from her.
Кажется, она говорит искренне.
You think so? Being candid is the best way to lie. The appearance of candor with some facts thrown in draws attention away from whatever one chooses to omit.
Удалил 2 зуба, поставил 2 винта в челюсть, 8 швов, 1 пломба, лечение пульпита, 80 как с куста. 6. Мне к стоматологу надо уже 100 лет как, но на это у меня денег... Это будет стоить дороже, чем 2 видеокарты на целый мотоцикл. Опять. Ну ладно, разберемся как-нибудь когда-нибудь, наверное.
She may be trying to control the pace of the investigation. Anyway, we should move. I suspect our inquiries will bring us back here soon enough.
Так, уходим сюда. Надо через ее комнату пройтись, естественно. Ту-ду-ту-ту-ту-ту. Но с другой стороны, это теперь здоров мартирчик, как 10 коров. Здорово, мартирчик, радость дому. Какой кошмар.
This window is pristine on the inside, unlike the one next to it. Light from the desk lamp reflects off the glass in an untarnished golden halo.
Провести пальцем по поверхности стекла.
Smooth as ice. There are spots of mud and rain on the outside, even smudges. But the surface of the window is clear from the inside. No chips, no hairline fractures. Following your lead, the lieutenant leans in closer to inspect the surface.
Стекло недавно заменили.
Looks like it, yes.
Smooth as following your lead.
Окей. Бесплатно удалял зубы. Для меня мосты ставить надо уже. Ладно. Ля-ля-ля, ля-ля-ля-ля-ля. Я панда. Так. Но. Четыре месяца, фига себе.
This medicine cabinet is full of wares. Sheets of pills, haphazardly stacked, one on top of the other. There's also a toothbrush somewhere in there.
Посмотреть на зубную щетку.
It's been used quite a lot.
На таблетки.
Pharmaceuticals line the shelves. Sheet upon sheet of pill bottle next to pill bottle. Acetylic acid, APAP, eye drops, blood thinners.
Солидная коллекция.
Anything of note?
Pill bottles rattle like bones as you search the cabinet. Paracetamol, histoparidol, something in a foreign language you can't read. Behind them, an unusually shaped nasal spray. Its label reads, Nacra. Nacra, this is used to treat opioid overdoses. Always handy to have around.
Nacra, опиоидный антагонист.
Interesting. That's used for diamorphine overdoses.
Блистеры.
Among some foreign, probably Messinian or Gotwaldian, marked red blister packs.
Это я перебрасывать уже не буду, давай.
What a bright orange bottle with peptide stamped on it. In sunny, happy letters. Jackpot, baby. That's the stuff you're looking for. Your palms begin to sweat just holding that little plastic container.
Я не буду это брать. Чем так примечательна оранжевая баночка?
Speed, man. Just what you were looking for.
Пептид.
A euphemism for pharmaceutical amphetamine. Prescription speed.
The fuck are you waiting for? Let's get super fucking preppy.
Nope, дружище, просто nope. Так, пойдем. Опять до церкви не доберусь, я чувствую. Там труп надо описывать. Еврейская клей. И примкнувший к ним шипилов. Ну-ка.
Always a pleasure, Yellow Man. I mean, officer.
Тебя удивил мой коллега лейтенант Кицурами?
Not many Sealites here, or anywhere, other than Sail. I meant no offense, truly.
Лейтенант уроженец Ревашоля.
Oh, yes. Of course he is. I was just speaking about his connections.
Sounds like some conspiracy topic. You might be able to discuss it with him when the lieutenant isn't here, if you can remember it.
Так.
Well, bringing in that new bird sure made a difference.
Вы что?
Great. I love those.
Так, Гарт, если бы я тебе сказал, что пробрался в заднюю комнату.
Oh, okay. Well, I did hear you make noise back there, so good for you.
По-киношному. А что это у вас с зубами? Ой, Вэй, разве можно так запускать?
It takes a lot of willpower not to ask. Obviously, he's been wanting to know what's behind the door.
И где вы, интересно, лечили их до этого? У кривожопого крокодила? Кто ж так делает? Господи, боже мой, я сказал своей Сарочке. Вчера пришел, сказал своей Сарочке, что пришел человек, вроде приличный человек, а зубы как у этого самого Хуцпы. Ну ладно.
Okay, what is back there?
Пинбольные из автомата целый зал.
Ha! I knew it. I've always wondered where those machines by the door came from. And they told me there was some kind of pinball thing here too.
И что вы знаете, сказала мне моя Сарочка. Она сказала, лечи человека, он в конце концов тоже живой. Ну и что хуцпа? Он же все равно денег даст, и мы купим новый диванчик.
I knew it. Were there any back there?
И что вы думаете, сразу пошла выбирать новый диванчик? Такой выбрала, ой, вы не оплатите. Я так долго могу. Так. Так. Хочешь сыграть?
No, I was just wondering if you found pinball machines there.
Помышляешь снова пройти в зал в пинбольный?
No, but we could diversify the entertainment options, seeing as you've opened the door back there. The machine we have in the corner now is broken. It wouldn't hurt to get a little life in here, other than the hellish karaoke machine. That one's always causing trouble.
Yeah, those numbers he's adding up must be making good sense to him right now. Sounds like he cares about the place. He's not going to be overjoyed to hear that it's part of the doomed.
Не буду я этого говорить, хрен с ним.
He should still know. You have to be forewarned about these things.
Так, в одной стене есть дыра.
What wall?
Наверху есть тайная задняя комната прямо рядом со спальней Классе. Там я нашел ее вместе с пинбольными автоматами.
I'll have it fixed at once. Thank you for letting me know. I assure you, the Whirling does not abide spying on its guests. Thank you. I'll patch it up personally. Was there something else about the establishment?
Классе, это она чикнула телефонную линию.
Why? No, fuck it. I don't want to know. I don't want to know why these degenerates do what they do. I thought we had one good guest in the building.
Есть Лена, Лена хороший клиент.
Yeah, well, she's not a guest, is she?
What? Did someone mention my name?
We were just paying you a compliment. And finding out a degenerate from room 3 nicked the phone line. Everything is okay here. Good thing that guest pays for her stuff on time. I'll forward her the bill and be done with it. Was there anything else?
Хрен с ним, давайте.
What? Why would you say that? We're at a completely different address from that whole thing.
So he knows of the doomed commercial area and its address.
Ты знаешь про проклятие?
Everyone knows of it.
Танцы перечислены в списке домофонов снаружи.
I've been working here for a long time, and that intercom has never been used by the Whirling.
Прям ни разу?
It's a sign of the Whirling in Rags not being part of the doomed commercial area. If anything, we're revitalizing this neighborhood.
Relax, Mr. Gart. I'm sure there is no doom. He simply wants to share his discoveries with you.
Ладно, в танцах был зал для пинбола.
Does this look like part of a doomed commercial area? This pre-revolutionary tilework? These high ceilings? The nice rooms? Well, most of the rooms. For 14 years, man. That's how long I've worked here. I've kept this place up through hail and through sleet. Fuck me, if some doom ghost...
He's done a fine job too. Though he's spoken of the place dismissively before, the hostel is actually very important to him.
Ты правда любишь это заведение?
Yeah. It's slowly growing on me again. It's beautiful in its own way. Especially for this neighborhood. I've been trying to keep it that way. Even if it is part of the damn doomed commercial area.
Господи, забей.
I don't place much stock in the curse and so on, but the label frightens the clientele. Who wants to stay at a doomed hostel? Everything's doomed enough without that.
Так, кому принадлежит здание?
Some real estate management company. They never come around here, just collect money from afar. Honestly, I think some money laundering might be involved.
Легко.
There is an acrimonious note. It's clear he's doing the real work around here.
А! Кто назвал его танцем в тряпье?
Well, it sure as hell wasn't the real estate company.
It was you?
You look surprised. What? It's a great name, I know. Cafeteria managers come up with great names too.
No.
It's from a song.
Песня?
Hail, Holy Queen, by the Ateneers. Hail, Holy Queen of the Sea. You're whirling in rags, you're vast and you're sad.
Господи боже.
Good pick.
Да. А что с другими кафетериями?
What about them? One is a basement dive frequented by chain-smoking communists.
Communists!
I can't tell you how sick I am of Kraz Mazov and Ignis Nielsen and all those old ghosts.
He's hesitating, not sure if he should share this information with you. Encourage him.
А другие?
The other is a kebab cart. It's very successful in its way, but it's nothing like the whirling.
Удачи с заведением.
Luck has got nothing to do with it. I need to think about where I'm going to place those pinballs. I have a feeling they're going to help.
Against the doom, it's implied.
So, if you didn't have anything else to tell me about my... Yes?
Об оплате.
Got the 20 real?
На. На, жри,
Good.
жри.
You got the room for the night, but remember...
Пошел вон. Жадный капиталист. Так, у нас открылась еще одна позиция. Можно бахнуть авторитет еще. Это ни хрен делать. Можно концептуальный анализ или визуальный анализ. Восприятие у нас на максимум сейчас. Ну, у нас, правда, тут 2 доллара. Забей. Так. Логика 4 пока хватает. Что бы еще джахнуть? Я не знаю. Чё взять? Чё взять-то? Чё взять? Чё у меня обычно проваливается? Да все. Эй. Неправда. Правда. Эта игра заставляет меня разговаривать с самим собой. Мысль. Мысль бахнуть опять. Ну давай мысли бахнем. Чё возьмем? Джимрокская охота. Ну давай. Или что хотите? Нет, это не хочу. Художественное образование. Королевство совести. Нет, для коммунистов мы уже все выучили. Сейчас надо посмотреть. Коп апокалипсиса. Детектив Кусто. Отряд дальновидцев. Южное шоссе. Генератор, да, гомосексуальное подполье. Не, вроде все, что хотели. Ладно, давай джемпокскую охоту. Так, слушай. То что-то. Так, у меня вопрос к тебе, женщина. Ну, хрен с тобой. Иди сюда, козел.
It's you again. What is it?
Не. Классе утверждает, что ее не насиловали.
Fuck. I knew that fucking whore couldn't be trusted.
For the record, Titus Hardy did not explicitly specify the victim as a whore, nor did he say anything about trusting her.
Oh, shut up and stay out of this, Liz. He raped her. He was out of his fucking mind. You have no idea.
She's just in denial, asshole. You don't understand the traumatic experience. She's shutting down. And she doesn't fucking trust you.
Yeah, she's crazy, you know. A crazy bitch. You know the type. She's fucked up.
This is a diversion. Stay on track.
Давайте без херни.
Lawman,
I'm at the end of my goddamn rope with you. I fucking told you not to push her. And you went and pushed her. I am gonna fucking
hit you. Done.
Titus Hardy.
Success. Titus backs off. Fists down, everybody.
Everard personally sent me to take care of this. If this goes south, we'll all be in the shit. But you, Titus Hardy, are going to be buried. Am I understood?
When she's angry, she emphasizes the S. It gives her voice a strangely hypnotic quality. Her lips barely move.
Суровая девочка, суровая.
Frankly, it's a bit terrifying. Someone has to rush in to break the tension. The second in command.
Look, Copper. We know that that fuck was a rapist and a killer. We got him confessing to it on tape.
Ого!
Show it to him, T. What's the harm, right?
Here, jerkwad. Listen to this shit. And then come back and tell me the soldier of the apocalypse was an innocent man.
This is their last play, this tape. Their story is in tatters, a mess. It might be nice to listen to, but at this point, you don't need to.
Откуда у вас эта запись, ребята?
You think we go into this shit deaf and dumb? You RCM aren't the only ones who know how to vote people. There's no university degree for that.
Actually, there are a few. Crypto analyst, radio officer.
То есть вы повесили на них жучки, как?
We have machines. We're in logistics. How do you think a harbor works? It's advanced stuff.
Understood? You've listened in on their communications. How long?
Since way before their chief started taking swing lessons.
Things got nice and quiet after that.
И кто из вас занимался продвинутой радиотехникой?
It's not advanced. You just hold up in a coop all day, writing down what they say. It gets hot as hell in there.
Don't put yourself down, Angus. It's important work.
Yeah, man. You're like a radio genius or something. Those notes are some in-depth stuff. Indexes and shit.
Пока
Don't
достаточно.
forget your tape, lawman.
Ага.
You do that. Oh, and keep it. Maybe you'll need a reminder of human ugliness someday.
Пойду-ка. Подождите-ка. Да, хватит, эта заставка. Нам еще соглашаться с Эвраром. Так, взаимодействовать. Подожди. Знаю я вас. Верни мне. Взаимодействовать. Запись.
The porter reel is just what you needed. The reels attach to the
Да-да-да.
command set, and the tape starts spinning. Violent static and machine sounds fill the air.
This isn't Revachol. This is a fucking village. I can almost see the elephants.
The harbor. That's the son of a Valson crane.
When this shit is done, I'm gonna tear that place up. Soldier of the Apocalypse style. Kill shit. Dogs and chickens too. Gonna run a room recording. A real nice I don't give a shit. I'm fucking done. I'm done mentally. I'll fucking do them all in. Rape that disco cunt on the counter. You know, the dance a whore upstairs. Do it Kohoi style. Never did get that taste out of my mouth.
The lieutenant presses the button marked Arrete on your porter reel. The tape stops spinning.
Что это такое было в самом конце? Тишина?
End of recording.
Что думаешь?
It seemed authentic enough. Probably recorded off the shortwave, then edited to seem more incriminating. He sounded like he was on patrol around the harbor walls.
Еще, он, кажется, был под шофе.
Still.
There's more going on here than we know.
Как всегда. Кто такой этот Корти?
Corti could be short for Cortenar, one of the other mercenaries, the one he was talking to. The third one must be relaying the signal.
Что такое Кахой?
A village on the Samaran Isola, in South Safre. Grad committed war crimes there, the kind of thing he talks about.
Думаешь, он там был?
Who knows? Maybe the tattoos would have an answer. We would need to know the story of this man's service.
A symbol of soldier of the apocalypse style conduct in a civil environment.
Окей, что
I
теперь?
think we've got a few more questions for class here, don't you? This seems to contradict her testimony, at least to some degree.
Ну, пойдем. Ой, не одно, так другое. Как тяжко быть полицейским. Особенно бухим полицейским. Приходится бухать и расследовать. Расследовать и бухать. Так тяжко жить. Прям беда. Ля-ля-ля-ля-ля-ля-ля-ля. Ля-ля-ля-ля-ля-ля-ля-ля. Пам-пам-пам-пам-пам. Я все равно поражаюсь тому, что в 21 веке такие загрузки, пипец, долго. Да не, вроде недолго, но все равно. Бухим полицейским с вечным... Звучит как проклятие. Бухой полицейский с вечным проклятием, с вечным похмельем. Проклятие вечного похмелья. Почему никто не догадался ввести это в какую-нибудь РПГшку? Проклятие вечного похмелья. Здравствуй, женщина. Как дела? Да, поговорим с тобой. Да что ж так издалека-то?
Officer.
Так.
What brings you up here again?
Тит Харди.
She puts her coffee cup down with a soft ring as the porcelain meets the metal table.
Did he? I never said he was a good man, or that he had good intentions. Only that he was never bad to me.
She doesn't care. If anything, she sounds amused.
На кассете он называет конкретную жертву у вас.
Where did they get this recording exactly?
It's intercepted radio chatter of the deceased, recorded via a de-encryption station. It's authentic enough.
Does he say he's gonna do it Soldier of the Apocalypse style?
Yep.
Yeah. That was practically his pickup line.
Pickup line?
Did he say whores a lot? Was he pretty much on the verge of doing it Kohoi style?
Да, какой стал точно.
He wasn't actually there. He didn't do a tour, or at least didn't tell me he did. Would have been overkill anyway. He lived his own little Kohoi. It wasn't his everything.
Зачем тогда такое говорить? Мачизм?
Yes, was he bragging?
Oh no, I'm pretty sure he did all those things. Then integrated them into his idea of normalcy. To keep on living. Until they just sort of turn into his, what's the word I'm looking for?
She's quite observant about the human character. Trained to observe, even.
Механизм преодоления стресса?
Running joke. I was gonna say running joke. And it sounds like you didn't even get the good bits. Lely's punchlines got way, way funkier than that. He was like the Seminoles conflict, the Kohoi massacre, and the 36 famine in Yezut all rolled into one person, then cast in Norani ceramic armor, which he wore in bed and in the shower.
Вам нравится такое?
We're all scraping up any happiness we can find, officer. Going around with our little scouring sticks. You, your first love, Mr. Kohoi here.
Did he tell you he had actually done any of those things? In Martinez, I mean?
No. We were too busy laying waste to our own nervous systems to direct any of the fury outward. He seemed happy, I guess. At ease. As much as a man like him could be.
What kind of man was he? Before you go, ask for details. She seems okay to talk about it.
Thank you for clearing that up, miss. Whenever you're ready. I'm interested to hear what Titus Hardy has to say now.
She takes a very small sip of her coffee and smiles.
Так, давай про
For
жертву.
example, his name?
Actually, officer, I didn't know his name. I just called him Lely.
A nickname?
I guess. He came from Lelystad. It's short for that. And it was his army name, apparently. He said his real name wasn't his. I tried to pry it out of him, but It was no use.
Lelystad. That's a good start. We have a few questions you can help us with. A few things a field autopsy alone can't answer.
The young woman cranes her neck, trying to catch a glimpse of the page the lieutenant passed to you. On the last missing pieces of a puzzle of flesh.
Так. Сколько ему было лет?
He was 42.
42? Are you sure? I would have had him above 50.
He had many scars that made him appear older. But no, we even celebrated his birthday like some weeks ago. It was a funny 2 days. He had little reason to lie to me.
Looks like you were right, officer.
Points aren't good. Have one, you old dog, before we all die.
Эй! Лучше напоминать об этом.
The young woman looks at you, then the lieutenant, then you. She's clearly sensing something. A spike in testosterone levels, perhaps.
Какого цвета глаза?
Blue. Light blue. They were like little blue galaxies, you know.
Господи, боже.
It was strange, seeing those eyes in his fucked up face. Pardon the swearing. I do him an injustice. He wasn't ugly. And he had a beautiful, soft voice. Very surprising, what with all the scarring. It was quite something, watching him speak.
He had a combat wound on his chin and mouth?
Yes. Severe. It made him look like half his face was cracking away in some strange smile. That and those eyes.
Oh, yes. His hair, if you can remember?
It was light brown, almost blonde. He darkened it with brilliantine, made oily. Not nice to stroke. I couldn't convince him to leave it alone.
Перейдем к другим вопросам.
The young woman nods.
Татуировка.
Oh, that.
Вы знаете, что она означала?
It was a map of his life and the places he visited as a soldier. It was mostly for showing off to chicks, though.
Как это?
How? Imagine him lying in bed. Freakish musculature laid out on the sheets. Scarred, of course. Tattooed. The sheets are dirty for some reason.
Is this Orani's lit?
Не перебивать.
He's smoking and drinking, of course. And his chest and shoulders and arms are studded with stars. Tens, hundreds of them. Maybe even thousands. And the woman goes like, "What was this, baby?" And he says, "That was too hardcore. Don't ask me about that." So she goes, "Okay, but what's this, baby?" And he's like, "Saw some bat shit there. Killed some loincloths." And so it goes. Star after star. Port after port. Third world country after third world country. And he's done horrible things in every single one of them.
Были на месте этой женщины?
Oh,
Женщины.
yeah.
Так, что означает эта татуировка?
No, thank you. I've seen enough of him dead. I can tell you what they meant without looking at them.
Go on.
He was a blue-eyed boy with thick arms, from a small town. He was also poor, and the government of Orania needed some people killed, so they turned him into a grotesque killer. For money. He went to Killer Academy in Vredefort. Then he killed some people in the Seminine Islands. And on other islands, too. All of the islands. After this, he came to Revachol and got killed himself.
Веселая история.
It is when you're high. It can be very exciting then. You have the tools to deal with it. It's not a very nice story to remember when you're sober. A change of topic?
Мы запросили отчет по токсикологии. Как думаете, что он покажет?
A real rainbow splattering of pharmaceuticals, I bet. Barbiturates, amphetamine, sildenafil. How much does the toxicology report cost the police of Revachol? I can do it for half of that. Save you some money, make some myself.
It's quite expensive, miss. but we'll manage without your help for now.
Может, его прикончила любовь?
It very well could be, yes. What do I mean? I have no idea. I don't even know what you mean. Love did him in? What does that mean?
Он мне это сказал.
That's not funny, officer.
Говорит что-то чудесное.
The lieutenant blinks. His expression does not change. All right, let's see where this is going.
Надвигается издалека с северо-запада, он так сказал.
Cool.
Ладно.
All right.
Coolly, gracefully, she pours herself. Wait, stop. That man, bloated beyond all recognition, was 42?
Да, она так сказала.
Below the damage, the weeks of decomposition, all the swollen indignity of mortality. He was 42 years old?
К чему ты клонишь?
How old are you? That's where this is going. 45,000 liters of raw alcohol has left its disfigurements. What lies beneath, you wonder? You could ask either one of them.
Мисс, сколько мне, по-вашему, лет?
How old do I think you are?
She's buying time to formulate the best answer. Look who's finally awake.
I don't know. 1, 2. I don't know what I'm supposed to say. How old is a newborn cop who doesn't remember he's a cop?
Мне около 45.
You're not.
Sure he is. You know, age is just a number.
Yes, but for him that number is higher than 45.
Wait. This requires scientific measurements.
Валяй.
To the laboratorium.
Я другую уже мысль взял. Чё там? Тело чувствует себя на 60. Ай. Где-ка отродился. Генератор даты дня рождения. Миленько. Ладно, пойдем обратно. К коллайдеру. К коллайдеру! Срочно к коллайдеру. Грустная это все история. Ой. Ну, местами удручающая прям. Прям удручающая. Я понимаю, что это типа полицейское расследование. Но концептуализм начинает несколько нагружать мозг. Мозг нагружать излишним. Ну.
I've got nothing to say to...
Ну давай, Харди, давай еще один заход. Задрало с тобой разговаривать, если честно. Так задолбалось с ним разговаривать. Так, ну. Поговорила с Класье. И ничего, подтвердила свои показания.
Fucking fucker. You're the worst cops in Revachol. I gave you gold on that tape.
Да ладно.
That fucker wasn't aimed at you. It was at her.
Клад, обычная болтовня в курилке, не доказательство.
Locker room talk. What are you, fucking brain dead? I've been to plenty of locker rooms. They don't plan rapes there. What did she have to say then? Fine by her? This is what people are supposed to be like? Fucking whoop-de-doo.
Она не удивилась, уж точно не испугалась.
Yes. In fact, I think she thought it was a little funny.
Funny? No good goddamn psycho whore.
Seems like they wanted to give Claudia a second chance to play along. She still didn't.
Right. Oh, fucking righty then. I guess it's good then. Fucking.
Please try to control yourself in the presence of visitors, Titus.
This is just perfect. Just fucking perfect. Any thoughts on this, lawman?
You don't have to say everything out loud. Just mix and match.
Я думаю, ты придумал ложь, но она не подыграла.
I asked for your opinion, not a bedtime story. Tell it to your grandma.
Эта запись была ее последним шансом действовать по плану.
But she didn't. She knows she can't lie to us, unlike you.
Oh no. He's definitely compromised too. It's his hubris. Sadly, not much to do about it now.
Fantastic. So now you remember how to do your job. I'm so sick of this piss. We should get something harder in here.
Yeah, guys, we should get a party going tonight.
Why?
Why?
Maybe not then.
Хорош. Why? Well, maybe not then.
Success. They admitted to unlawful collaboration to derail the investigation.
Опа. Может, она не та, кем ты ее считал?
Nah, I know her. She's just a girl. In over her head.
Она не беззащитный ребенок, она неплохо забралась с наемником.
Handled him? She got into some stupid shit with that guy. Shit we had to take care of.
Yes, we heard all about it, and the fact still stands. You were more disturbed by the tape than her.
Тит, скажи правду, что произошло?
I already told you. We fucking hanged him.
There's less gusto in his voice now. His men too are growing increasingly silent.
Come on, Titus. We know you didn't hang him. He was shot. I know you're tired. So am I. Why don't you just...
You know what? I am tired. I'm tired of you and the whore upstairs. Next time you see her, tell her Titus said, "Fuck off!" That lying, scamming. We're done. This is over. You understand? Your little investigation is over. Yeah.
On the floor, beer drips out of the can into a small puddle. No one does anything about it.
What is this quiet funeral shit? All we need is some beers in us. Bartender, 20 beers for the dock workers union.
Why do we make it 40, huh? Why do we make it 100 beers? You're not loud enough.
100 beers? Now we're talking. Hoppity hop over here, cafeteria manager.
Ну давай.
Convince Titus he's being manipulated. You should know by now. Titus Hardy will never falter.
Ну да, в отличие от одного из его парней.
Fat Angus, the powerful guy, Mr. All Muscle. The time has come. Put him in the pressure cooker. Just remember, it's about more than Claudia. It's about these men and Martinez. Their district. Their responsibility.
Ладно, дело закрыто. Поехали по домам, Ким.
He'll get it. Go on.
Мартинез людей убивают просто за то, что они не понравились местным.
Got it. Kill you because they don't like you. All because...
Потому что ты иностранец.
Goddamn right. Don't come around if you're not from around.
Fuck you. I'm not from around. That's not why we...
There we go. Don't come to the wild north if you are not white enough.
Тебя просто вешают или стреляют, или сжигают. Им насрать.
We didn't light him on fire.
That's it. That's the weak one. You flushed him out. Now go in for the...
Умная игра, блин, ну хорошо построена.
Officer, you will be next if you don't shut up.
He's onto you. He knows what you're trying to do. Steel yourself. Push on. Just ignore Theo.
Убьете меня, как и убили его, просто так, без причин?
We didn't kill him. We didn't even hang him. He was dead when...
Shut up, Angus!
Он умер до того, как вы его повесили.
Say one more thing to the cops and I'll...
Dennis, stand down, or I'll beat your head in. Theo, take your hand off the belt. This isn't 31. I've got this under control. Angie, where's your goddamn inhaler? You sound like you're dying.
I left it home. I can't get it. I'm too fucked. I'm sorry.
Why are you so fucking fat, Angus? Now it's all pointless. Because of you. You wasted my time. I told you, Titus. I told you just give her up.
Yay!
Lizzie, your help is no longer needed here. Go tell Everard.
Fine. I'll tell him. After a long walk along the coast.
Хорош.
He's all yours. Questions.
Так вы его не убивали, он уже был мертв. Ладно, давай четвертое.
Not yet. Just some ideas. She says the shot came from outside, behind the window somewhere. So that's
Сам что думаешь?
I'm thinking someone's past caught up with them. Either hers or his.
Hers, you mean?
She's got one of those checkered pasts. The shot could have missed. Could have been meant for her.
I like that. Been thinking the same thing myself.
Соображения его прошлом у тебя тоже есть.
My dude. One of those mercenary buddies of his could have done it. They got guns. Training. Years of bad blood, probably. Or it could have been someone else from Crenell. Tell you what I'd do. Check out the coast for vantage points. Maybe consult with a ballistics buddy of mine. That's what I'd do. If I wasn't too busy doing this clown dance with you.
He's calm now. Threw all that turmoil away and became himself again. These theories, not bad. Don't buy either one, but still, this guy's not as dumb as he looks.
Так вы его не убивали, он уже был мертв.
He nods.
You hanged the corpse to cover up the real cause of death. The bullet in his head.
Another nod.
Why?
The girls asked us to. They were in some shit.
Girls plural? There's another girl? 2 of them? Take note of this. They'll probably say more about her later.
Did she kill him?
Cop, I have no idea. The girl says she didn't.
He doesn't think she did. Or at least he hopes she didn't.
Что произошло?
Classier came down. She seemed really out of it. Drugged up, even more than usual. Bug-eyed and gurning, you know? Not in a fun way. It looked like she'd redosed after something went down. I've seen that look before. She was scared. I knew someone had died.
Откуда ты знаешь?
I've done this job for 10 years. I've seen it before. It's the politician in the motel room with the dead hooker scenario. Only in reverse.
Good analogy, boss.
You don't get to talk yet, Shanky. You're still on the bench. You keep taking it easy too, Angus.
Что было потом?
We went upstairs. Sure as day the Merc was dead. There was a bullet hole through the window. Fucking dirty sheets and bottles everywhere.
He means they'd been fucking?
Tibbs patched the window. And the corpse. We hanged.
Кто такой Типс?
Nah, he's my brother. He's in the window replacement business.
Tibbs. That's short for...
Тиберий.
Yeah. Good man.
Bet their father's name, Atticus Hardy.
Типа...
Lucretia Hardy would be their sister. Anyway.
Так, если Классия его не убивала, зачем этот подлог?
You may have noticed our girl's in some shit of her own.
Ляпалась дерьмо какого рода?
It can't show up on police radar kind. There are people after her from the old world.
Что за ней?
They're powerful, connected to the Morlintern. She's clearly afraid for her life. Says if she showed up in your systems, she'd be ghosted away.
And why would you help someone like that? By taking on a murder?
Why would I? I guess we abide all sorts of runaways and losers here.
Ну-ну.
It's Martinez thing.
Кто вообще придумал его повесить, она?
In a manner of speaking.
Remember the two girls? He may be talking about the other one.
Девчонки про вторую сказал?
That's right. It was her idea to hang him. I liked it for political reasons. It sent a good message.
Окей. Это же она так, 8-й Харди, которого нет.
Fella, you think too much. He's off all right. You're gonna hurt your head. That woman is just affiliated with the Hardy Boys. You don't know her, anyway.
Нет ничего дурного в существовании девицы Харди. Ладно, понял, ты можешь сказать мне хоть что-нибудь про нее.
Nope. You're not getting to her. It's Klasia you want to talk to.
Мне жаль, что вы из-за меня поругались.
Me too.
Кем мы справились?
The lieutenant gives a smile only you can see.
Спасибо!
You do that. Hey, cop. Before you go, Klasia, came to Martinez to hide. Many of us did. This is where you wash up when there's nowhere left to go. The Union takes you in. Now, she refused that protection. But...
Лучше бы ее не арестовывали.
That's right. If we didn't take care of the people who end up here, this place would just be a couple of ruins and some cargo containers.
We'll take that into account.
Неплохо, черт возьми.
The Jamrock Shuffle. In a way, yes, we are treasure hunting. Most officers from Precinct 41 do what is called the Jamrock Shuffle, cracking open containers. Most of them are from Jamrock or Coal City, the poorest parts of Revachol, that also overlap with the network of royal catacombs called Le Royaume, just beneath the streets. As children, you would all go underground, hoping to find treasure, and come back with a rat's tail or a used needle. That playful curiosity must still be in you. Who knows, maybe one day the Orbe de Montagne, the Holy Scepter, and the Cocaine Skull will all be yours.
Оу. Это прикольно. Так, что еще скажешь? У меня левелап, в общем-то. Могу еще на что-нибудь потратить. Чем мне не хватает? Мне много чего не хватает. Вот электрохимии регулярно не хватает. Силы воли регулярно не хватает. Давайте в этот раз... Или нет? Ладно, слушай, давайте пока оставим. Мало ли, может, какая мысль придет в голову. Ой, развлекуха. Побежали обратно. Весь день торчим в этом доме. И все нам врут. Прям жизненно. Жизненно. Извините. Та-дам. Ту-ду-ту-ду-ту-ду-ту-ду-ту. Третакс ПБ. Конечно. Надо найти всех коммуняк. Найти всех коммуняк. Найти всех коммуняк. Поиск коммуняк. Нужно искать коммуняк. О. Ай.
Труд надо не уважать.
Да.
It's always good to see you.
Something in her demeanor has changed. She's tired, consigned to her fate, to being here with you and what's to come.
Так, парни Харди рассказали нам, что произошло на самом деле.
I understand.
Расслабьтесь, я же крутой коп, вы чего?
I'm sorry for wasting your time. I should have known that you'd find out.
This is good. Clear the air first, between you two, then move on to questions. No, it's not good. It's the opposite of that. This will let her dictate the terms of your... Shush, I can't hear what she's saying.
Why did you waste our time then?
Because of the Hardys. I couldn't just dispense with them. They were only trying to help me. Like shit I'd gotten into.
Magic the Gathering Kamigawa Neon Dynasty Expansion gets Hatsune Miku MV. What the fuck? Nani the fuck?
Is she implying the Hardy Boys are the law?
Недостаточно веское оправдание.
You're right. There's more. You answer to the coalition government, and by extension, the moral intern.
Briefly glancing over her shoulder to the sea, as she's done time and time again. A grand expanse of water reaches over the bay and to the horizon, golden grey in the moonlight.
Hatsune Miku is officially making her way into Vault of Magic the Gathering according to a recent announcement, though not in the traditional way, as the virtual diva has taken part in a music video that is a tribute to the card games world. Motherfucker. Enough! Enough of this motherfucking virtual divas on this motherfucking Magic the Gathering. Что там дальше?
The Pale, the Muindi Isola, the Occident, and then Aranye, the old world.
Боитесь Moral Interna?
You share a database with them. You send people to their courts.
Что такого сделали?
Just business. But bad business for some people in the moral intern. If I show up in your records, officer, they will find me. They will...
What happens if they do?
They will kill me, sir. If you file my name, take me in for questioning, enter me into the moral intern mill, well, then I'm fucked. For nothing. This murder didn't have anything to do with me.
Fucked? People after her? Moral intern people? This isn't Orionese lit. Here we go. For once, you seem to have her off guard. Actually, this murder did have a little to do with her.
Что за дела с преследованием?
I did. I also had a side job selling insurance that I was really good at. Got picked up by a bank. Competitive intelligence, they called it. After that, I sort of transitioned out of the whole culture scene.
И что вы такого сделали?
It's not nice, but it's not illegal. Not here in Revachol, or even in Oranje.
What exactly did you do?
Industrial espionage.
Industrial espionage,
I joined a business collective with the intention of betraying them. I did my job well enough to be asked to do it again. With a bigger company. The kind you really, really don't fuck with. I took their ledgers, 2 decades worth of accounting.
I need the names of the companies involved and who hired you.
The job was Lewis-Duane County Savings Bank. They sound small, but they're part of the Lewis-Scott conglomerate. That was the second job. The first was some printer company. You wouldn't know them. As to who hired me for the job, I don't know. But they're after me too. Along with Lewis-Scott and their friends in the MI. Once you're done in the competitive intelligence circuit, you don't have allies. You're radioactive.
Да нет, он там всегда... Нет. Ты...
second world countries.
Ты, царь, не прав. Это
The
не случай, когда...
conglomerate also
Да.
includes the Bank of Consecration, Airberg, and the popular Papalolo line of dairy products.
Ой. Это никогда капитал вмешивается в полную жопу. Если ты не заметил, капитал устроил эту первую полную жопу. И продолжает творить полную жопу. Собственно, промышленный шпионаж — дело абсолютно обычное. Еще черт знает с каких времен. Если уж технически брать, то вся Римская империя была построена на промышленном шпионаже, если по чесноку. Правда, не всегда удачно. Да и британская, да еще значительное количество всяких. Перли все у всех в первой же возможности. Мочили друг друга, конечно, по самой не балуйся. И всегда это делали, всегда будут. Собственно, последний крупный скандал, о котором я, по крайней мере, читал, это когда французская разведка сперла у General Motors разработки их нового двигателя и передала французским автопромышленникам. Пипец. Так это стало ясно с того момента, когда мы встретили эту бабу. Коррупция, промышленный шпионаж. Ну, технически да, потому что римляне сперли все, что только плохо лежало у всех. То есть, ну как, мы привыкли, мы все знаем, что римляне сперли до хрена всего у греков. Но, откровенно говоря, они перли все, что плохо лежит, и все, что хорошо лежит тоже. У парфян, у сирийцев, у этих самых, у карфагенян, причем не только у карфагенян, но и у этих самых, как, господи, боже мой, которые живут. Карфаген — это колония финикийцев. У финикийцев пытались переть у галлов. У галлов не все получилось. Пытались переть у германцев, но там чисто технологические были проблемы. У германцев железо было хорошее, а у итальянцев, в смысле, у римлян нет. Нормально. Английская великолепная сталелитейная промышленность построена на промышленном шпионаже. Впрямую. Они катались на континент и перли разработки у французов, чехов, немцев, у саксонцев, у которых на тот момент железо было круче. Ну, литейка была круче. То есть это все... Разведка работает на буржуев, да. Не большинство населения. Ну как? Добро пожаловать в капитализм. То есть французская разведка впрямую работала в тот раз на промышленном. Ну, потому что там вся фишка была в том, что автоконцерны французские начали очень сильно проседать по сравнению с американскими, и французская разведка устроила веселье по приказу из правительства, устроила веселье по промышленному шпионажу у General Motors, у Ford, еще у кого-то. Но у General Motors они поперли прям много, по Форду мало информации. Как смог загладить? А зачем? За последние 10 лет нет. Китайцы делают совсем иначе. Китайцы делают на самом деле гораздо умнее. Китайцы по возможности выкупают все, что могут купить. Благо деньги у них достаточно хорошие. А когда нет возможности, они пользуются тем, что вообще-то заводы стоят у них. Ну все, обратный инжиниринг. По возможности, конечно. Не всегда получается, но, в общем-то, то, что китайцы выкупили часть технологий той же самой ARM, оно ни хрена не значит, потому что как бы они выкупили только то, с чем они не могли справиться обратным инжинирингом, а все остальное, ну там часть патентов они приобрели, арендовали на какое-то время, чтобы с ними разобраться. А все остальное они спокойно обратным инжинирингом делают, им плевать. Им просто начхать. Изначально получается продукт может быть не такого же качества, не такой же силы разработки, в плане там качества разработки ниже, но выполняет свою задачу, китайцам больше и не надо. А заводы все равно у них стоят, какая им разница? И многое другое. Да, то есть римляне перли все, что плохо, все, что просто присутствует в мире. О, я это хочу! Называется, открыл. Ну, да. Собственно, вы можете посмотреть, как замечательные англосаксы прекрасно рассказывают, как они все придумали и изобрели. Но при этом умалчивают о том, что паровой двигатель первый раз был испытан почему-то в России, но придумал его человек, который присутствовал почему-то на испытаниях. То есть паровой двигатель активно, то есть именно изобретение парового двигателя первый раз было испытано в России, но на испытаниях присутствовал некий английский инженер, который через примерно года 3 зарегистрировал в Великобритании патент на паровой двигатель. Ой, как же так вышло? Естественно, когда наши полезли с патентом, сказали, а все, правые двигатели английские. Но у нас, правда, организационно все это был бардак сплошной. Российская империя, конечно, страшно отстала была организационно, в первую очередь. Или то, что телевизор вообще-то здесь придумали. Или то, что радио Попова вообще-то не было. Там шутки про, типа, Попов позже всех был. У Попова была другая схема. Радио Попова было немножко другое. Это вообще случай параллельного изобретения. А этот Маркони к радио вообще отношения не имеет. Он это спер у Теслы. То есть там полный бардак, если вдуматься с этим патентным правом. И такого до хрена. Просто до хрена. Мы просто знаем только ту часть, которую сперли конкретно у нас. Бетономешалку у нас сперли, например. Нам-то рассказывают, как Советский Союз пер мороженое, или там пер машины, да, как у нас перли. Со страшной силой. Или как этот самый, как-то раз в Тихом океане жахнулся спутник, и так получилось, что наш корабль его подобрал, потому что там перепутали. Спутник был, по-моему, французский. Спутник вскрыли, а там наши платы. Вот это был номер. Французский или ФРГшный, я уже не помню. Ну, короче, какой-то разработки там европейской. Вот. Открыли, а там наши платы стоят. Просто в нулину наши. То есть сделано не у нас, а вот схема наша. Да, подсматриваешь, да. Ну, собственно, как размочили. Ну, как этот самый, процессоры наши, как они называются-то, как запороли. Там же тоже схема была прекрасная, когда там... Как эти процессоры, господи. У меня именно собственные так вылетают из башки постоянно. Не Байкал, а другие, которые приличные. Эльбрус, да, CMST. Там же расхерачили просто компанию, причем очень прикольно. Объявили о покупке, договорились о покупке, перевезли уже на контрактах всех ключевых сотрудников, разработчиков, после чего процесс покупки, процесс слияния прервали. Сэкономили, между прочим, миллионы долларов себе. Не было скандалов патентных. Нет, были просто как бы... Когда ты немножечко, чуть-чуть слегка пошляешь, что всем уже начхать. Тем более, что на Запад они, не за рубеж, они реализуют на самом деле... То есть, как сказать, китайский рынок сам по себе огромный. Им не обязательно реализовываться за рубеж, они просто прикалываются на самом деле. То есть, в какой-то момент там были просто деньги больше, но сейчас денег больше в Китае, но не суть. Но, например, в Америку ни Китай, ни Южная Корея толком проникнуть не смогли. Потому что там настолько мощнейшие протекционистские законы, что ты хрен что сделаешь. Собственно, когда Samsung судился с Apple, если ты помнишь, был такой момент, по поводу как раз патентных всяких херовин, так там же, собственно, адвокат Apple апеллировал к тому, что Samsung ворует у Apple, потому, один из аргументов, потому что они неудачники, что у Samsung на самом деле нет тех продаж, о которых они заявляют. А апеллировал он к статистике продаж только в США, но это он идиот, конечно, но это он идиот, ему этот аргумент разбили об лицо, но тем не менее. А там, в общем, США там что-то за год продавалось 80 тысяч моделей, то есть 80 тысяч телефонов всего в Америке, в США, Самсунгов. На тот момент, на момент судебного разбирательства. По сравнению с миллионами Apple. То есть там просто такие законы протекционистские, что хрен реализуешься. А все остальное, ну, где могут, там реализовались. Присутствует на испытании двигателя, а потом, ну да. Короче, это все довольно веселая фигня, и то, что убийство в промышленной зоне в итоге привело нас к какой-то операции с промышленным шпионажем, которая где-то параллельно куда-то шла, это вообще не вопрос. Так. Сберегательный банк у меня первым состоянии стягивает, хорошо. Папа Лопа.
Yeah.
Папа Лола.
Papa fucking Lola wants to kill me.
Ха! Наверняка найдутся люди, совершавшие гораздо более ужасные вещи.
Sure. I'm not a war criminal, but it was bad.
Да не
People
настолько.
lost their jobs. Good people too, not just C-suite.
Конечно, давайте гнать мало этих самых специалистов, потому что, ладно, забей.
A lot of people got hurt. But that's just more of my shit you shouldn't have to deal with. You're solving a murder.
Так, что произошло здесь ту ночь, когда он погиб?
We were there. Together. In bed, I mean.
Произошло-то что?
He was in a kneeling position. He had just entered me. I was on my back, looking at him. I heard the window behind me shatter, and I turned to look. There was a hole in the glass. I turned back to him. His eyes were looking through me, and his mouth was open, dumb. I could see. I could.
Her chest rises and falls with each word. She keeps herself together and says it.
I knew he was dead before he fell down on top of me.
Что было потом?
He was heavy. I pushed him off and he fell to the floor. There. He only had his boots on. I bit the pillow, knocked his crane, then ran downstairs. I waited for the second shot to come. For me. I thought there would be one. It never came.
She's forgotten about her cigarette. The butt has burned right down to her fingernails.
Нам нужны подробности.
She looks down with a wince. Her cigarette has singed her fingers. She throws it away and immediately proceeds to light another one.
What time was this? When did it happen? It would help us if you could be as precise as possible.
11:30 to 12:15. I don't know the exact time. Around midnight.
It's okay. Were you inebriated?
Not as much as usual. He'd done a line, plus other things. I was drinking.
Wait. Titus said she was gurning her jaw off, much more than usual.
Тит говорил, вы выглядели так, будто изрядно накачались наркотиками.
Oh, yeah. I did one of his lines, just to clear my head.
Did you hear or see the shooter in the course of this?
No.
Что потом делали?
Nothing. I was trapped. I was stuck in my room downstairs. I got some clothes on and crawled back up, drew the blinds. Blood was coming from his mouth. Not a lot, just a little. He was still on the floor, slouched. I couldn't be there with him anymore, so I ran down and out of my room, into the hallway, down the stairs. I knew there would be people there.
Что произошло после того, как вы сбежали вниз?
Sylvie was tending the bar. A lot of people were there. The Hardys were at the table in front of the stage. I think the Union box was full. Ruby was there too. They were having such a good time. I sat down and
Ruby
they all welcomed me. I didn't even have to say anything. Ruby knew something was wrong.
Ruby?
Кто такая Руби?
Ruby. You know, the leader.
The leader? Of what?
The Hardy Boys.
Я думал, Харди главный среди парней Харди.
Well, nominally, yes. Ruby's the one they go to when things happen, like things they need taken care of. She's the organizer.
This Ruby, in her phrasing, is entrusted with great power. She trusts her. So do the others.
Would you say she is the 8th Hardy Boy?
Why not?
Окей, что было потом?
Well, Ruby said let's talk upstairs. I showed her the room. I've known these people since December. They know my situation, that I can't leave a paper trail. Ruby was the first one I told. She said she'd take care of this. It's what she does, you know, take care of things. I helped her get the body to the bathroom. We used a belt to pull him up under the shower, to keep him upright.
To mislead you, they were tampering with the body.
To produce lividity, matching a hanging?
Yes.
We completely missed the tampering. Looks like you got there in time. What was this, 20 minutes after death?
About 20, yes. Ruby explained it would make the blood... You know what he does.
Окей, что было
Ruby went
потом?
outside to talk to Titus and the boys. I was just looking at Lely in the bathroom. I had to put his clothes back on. His armor, too. It was tough, but I've seen him take it off and put it on many times. It took Ruby maybe half an hour to come back with Titus. I'd gotten him ready by then. They carried him out. I knew what they were going to do. Make it look like a hanging. Ruby said they would.
Чем вы занимались, пока не его вешали?
Ruby said to wait here. She also said I wouldn't see her for a while, that we should lay low or something. So I did.
И где это Руби?
I don't know. I haven't seen her since.
We will need to take this question to the Hardy Boys.
Yep.
Interesting. Why did this Ruby go through so much trouble to hide something someone else did? What are you doing? Coming up with a theory. She said Ruby knew something was wrong before she said anything. How come? It was loud downstairs. She couldn't have heard the shot. It is ominous. You already coming up with theories that put the blame on someone other than Clausia.
Окей. Слышали выстрел?
When he was shot? I may have. I don't know. I couldn't hear anything over the glass exploding.
The gunshot wasn't that loud. This is something to keep in mind when assessing the distance of the shot.
Это вы убили Лили?
What? Why would I put myself through this insanity? Get myself cornered like this? He wouldn't have died if it weren't for me. I know that. But I would never hurt him.
He was a serviceman. He must have had a gun somewhere lying around. Now you guys suddenly have theories pouring out when they're obviously just stabs in the dark.
Так, тем, кто подходил снизу, пришла в голову безумная идея, что это вы убили его.
I'm sad to hear that. They must have said it in some fit of frustration or under pressure. They couldn't have meant it. I've talked to them after it happened. No one has implicated me.
У него наверняка где-то рядом лежало оружие.
No. I specifically asked him not to carry firearms when he was with me. He only had his stupid armor.
Ладно, еще.
Like what?
Его могли убить люди, которые ищут вас.
That's the first thing that went through my head when I heard the glass break.
И?
I thought they'd found me. They've killed him to punish me. All last week, I've tried not to talk to anyone or be seen with anyone so they wouldn't be hurt. I've come to understand, however, this is paranoia. What happened didn't have anything to do with me.
Возможно, и не имело.
Or I don't know anything anymore.
Опять снег.
All I do is wait here.
We can't go after Loose Cap. Not yet. There are other, saner leads.
I don't ask you to, Lieutenant. If there's one thing I know, it's that you'll get nothing from there.
If they want to kill me, they'll kill me. If they want to toy with me, they will. She's come to this conclusion weeks ago.
Если вы скрываетесь, зачем было звонить в
Because I'm
полицию?
an idiot.
Which is an indicator of truth. Idiot. She's nothing of the sort.
Вы очень хотите убедить нас в этом, но вы не дура.
You have to understand, the people around here, no one was making the call, and he kept rotting.
Ну,
And then they picked his clothes off, and that little fucker threw stones at him. He kept throwing stones at him for 3 days. I could hear the thud. Thud. So I called you.
крыша поехала.
I
Нормально.
hope with all my heart it's not the last thing I do in Ravishol.
She definitely called the cops. That was task complete. It could not have been a lie. That is impossible. Oh God, that was a lie too. Who made the call then?
Вранье.
She did, of course.
Когда заменили это стекло? Все, у меня мозг начинает сходить с ума.
Last week, Angus and Titus's brother, I think he's called Tibbs, took care of it.
You should have another look at that window after this. Reconstruct the scene. It's right there.
Внутри у ее спальни?
Yes, you see the glass sparkling out of the
Ладно,
corner of
ладно.
your eye.
На этом все. Пора подвести итоги.
She nods silently. She doesn't even smoke. Just picks up the cold coffee and holds it in her hands. He's thinking, are we done here?
Да, хорошо, да. Сила воли определенно не любит логику. Да логика
Should we
поехавшая.
arrest her? She's a flight risk and she lied to you. She should be taken into custody. No, that won't be necessary. Just leave her alone. She's been through enough. She doesn't need this police brutality. This guy won't budge. You have to wake Multiface up, forcefully, if you want to continue pushing her.
Разбудить Многоликого.
Who? What? Dear Lord, you've been lied to. She could have killed her lover and lied to everyone. She's not the most fair and just at all.
Она нас не любит, она врет. Все. Мы ей не нравимся. Therefore, она врет.
She probably didn't give you her real name either. Why would she? Arrest her immediately before she further entangles you in her web of lies. Take it easy. Don't overcompensate with this course correction. Ask questions first. Yes, start at the top. Choose at the bottom. It's how we've always done it. No rush. See?
Ким, почему мы еще не арестовали?
There may be grounds here, at least for an extended detention.
A little whimper. The young woman hears you. She's looking around.
Знаете, мне кажется, это не вы звонили в участок.
I did. What is this? I called your desk or whatever it is. The numbers are all over town. Call 8-100-2 for emergencies. There was an older woman on the other end. It sounded like she was smoking. She took my complaint. She coughed.
That is the emergencies desk number. Anyone could know that, sire, by looking around and calling the desk. I don't believe a single word she says.
What time did you make the call?
Thursday night. It was late, sometime after 12.
It checks out.
Промолчать пока.
She stands before you, holding her back very
На самом деле вас зовут не Класье Аманду.
I agree. You wouldn't give us your real name, not when people are after you.
Okay.
Что хорошо?
Okay, it's not.
Окей, отлично. Теперь вы можете сказать мне правду.
You log your work every week. It's all transmitted to Common, sir. I couldn't just beg you not to enter my name. So I lied. Like I lied before. Like I did at LCSB. I have to lie all the time.
Все эта история с паспортом... Так, тоже с паспортом фигня.
No. It's submerged in a plastic buoy on the coast, in the reeds. It just doesn't say Claudia Amandu.
No.
It says Anouk Maya Smith.
Falsified documents?
Passport and visa. Given to me by my employer. I can't even use them. My employer probably leaked the name.
Привет, Марат.
Maya Smith to hurt me.
Why would they do that?
I didn't show up to a rendezvous. They don't take that lightly. I didn't show up because I was afraid they'd do something to me. The job was finished. I'm just a liability now.
She fears an arrest right here and now. This has been an awful turn of events for her.
Где находится этот буй?
West of the boardwalk, in the reeds, on the coast there. I put it there when I first arrived. Haven't been there since. Not sure I could even find it now.
Напиши команду репак или ротфк. Репак по-русски. Восклицательный знак репак. Я там уже заменил. Тебе придет ссылка на подробную инструкцию, как что устанавливать.
It's useless.
С ссылками. Ладно, проверим.
Lieutenant makes a note of it.
You're welcome to it. It's in the reeds northwest of here.
Как вас зовут на самом деле?
It's Katarzyna Lazie.
It's a Grad name. Jimsk or Yugograd in origin.
Yugograd.
Not Occidental at all. Smells of motor oil, tiger, economic desolation, and rock music infused alcoholism.
Нет. Восклицательный знак репак в одно слово. Команда боту. Что ты делаешь? Все перепутал. Просто репак, восклицательный знак, репак.
It also makes Clausia almost an acronym for Katarzyna Alazia.
Так. Это сокращение от Катажина Аласи.
It was a sentimental thing. I wanted to be more me here, this time. So I used my nickname.
A nickname? Who gave you this nickname, Clausia?
Кто?
A teenage boy. A million years ago.
Вы из Града.
My parents were Zhemsk immigrants, but I'm nationalized Oranese. All I remember is Oranje. Alazia is my father's name.
Не за что, не за что. Любой каприз за ваши деньги. Так. Я буду звать вас мисс танцовщица Аранская.
You can call me whatever you want.
Про мисс Аране 37, наверное, тоже была неправда?
I am. They can never take my sash and my scepter from me.
Yes, they can, for lying.
Да ладно тебе. Достаточно.
She nods, her back straight, ready for whatever is next.
Давайте пока поговорим о чем-нибудь другом.
She slowly lights another cigarette and steadies her breath, as if in the presence of some tiger. You are. This is not the end of this.
Вернемся к тому, где вы сказали неправду.
Lies.
Yes, we demand she be punished for deceiving us. We demand her anxiety.
Ну, не знаю. Ну, что ее арестовывать? Что ее пытать-то больше? Смысл?
She slowly lights another cigarette. As you look back, you think, so love did do him in, after all.
Nope.
If it weren't for her, he would not have been there. The shot would not have connected with his soft palate.
Похоже, его действительно прикончила любовь.
She's silent, holding on to her coffee mug.
Накумаренный дракон.
Rises from it. It's cold.
Давайте такое аниме нарисуем.
Remember this silence.
Манга. Ужатый тигр накумаренный дракон.
People suffer around her. It appears this one has not been entirely corrupted. This may help. This may help the others see.
Помолчать, пусть ответит.
Yeah. I'd like to think he didn't love me. Or that it was chemically induced and not real.
Why?
Easier that way.
А было по-настоящему?
I don't know.
О, какая она миленькая. Нас из-за нее грохнут. Сегодня 7 число, да? Так, скажи мне окно что-нибудь. Ты издеваешься? Why?
I'm not exactly sure either, to be honest. My imagination has a way of failing me. It's a weakness.
Игра! Ну ты сволочь! А я где сохранялся-то? Загружаться смысла не имеет. Вашу мать! 2 раза вашу мать. Сука, ты что? Да. Да какого хрена? Ну что это было? Ну... Чё и живот урчит? Никакого почтения к старости. Я старый солдат и не знаю слов любви. Но когда я вижу вас, Донна Роза... Эх. Не люблю блондинок, чё я размяк-то? Она ж не рыжая. Опять парни Харди, весь день тут торчим. Чтоб их разорвало всех, а? Иди сюда.
It's you again. What is it?
Руби, давай.
Why?
Так. Потому что на самом деле ваш лидер она.
You're cuckoo, cop. I'm the only man responsible for this unit. Get with it or fuck off.
How many times must I tell you?
Yeah, fuck off.
Назревает гражданская война. Единственный способ ее не допустить — раскрыть это убийство. Для этого нужно поговорить с Руби.
Sounds like you wanna push this steaming pile of shit on anyone. And now you pick Ruby. Ruby's one of us. We're not gonna throw her under your moral intern steamroller. Fuck that shit.
And fuck you too, moral
А почему это слово запикивается?
If you hide from the police in a murder investigation, you become a suspect. You know how it works, guys.
That's nothing. That's just legal. You don't even have a sound theory. I don't want to be
То есть, motherfucker, это нормально.
We're trying to get some R&R here.
Странный подход. Странный. Очень странный.
I think we'll keep sticking around, Titus. You'll be surprised at how quickly a theory presents itself if you keep looking.
Тудум!
A sudden flash of lightning in your neocortex.
Если бы сейчас был провал, я бы орал.
Is lit by its airy blaze. Floor plans, bullet trajectories, webs of human emotion.
97%, да.
Into a single thought.
Почему вы так уверены, что Руби сама его не прикончила?
Because she was here all night with us.
He's cobbling together shit so he can put her away. It's Cop 101.
She was here all night? 11:30 to 12:15? She was here during all that time?
Yeah, with us, drinking. Near the stage there.
И ни разу в туалет не ходила.
No.
Не отлучайся.
All right. She took a fucking leak, okay? For one moment. Maybe went out too. She has an operation to run from her lorry. We're not getting into what that operation is again, Cop.
Нет, подожди, Квенти, пока что нет. Пока на инцест пока права не защищают. Сейчас волна довольно веселая, я надеюсь, что она провалится. На защиту педофилии. Педофилия всего лишь сексуальная ориентация, понятненько. Дебилы, блин.
And just 'cause she was gone for 5 minutes.
Потому что дети — это просто маленькие взрослые. Они просто... Они свободны выбирать. Поэтому добровольный секс между ребенком и взрослым — это нормально, понятненько. Причем на самом деле идиотизм, потому что опять началось с довольно здравой мысли, которая вообще-то в законе уже есть, что если разница в возрасте небольшая, если, грубо говоря, извините, девушке 17, а парню 22, то там 21, и вот у них ля-буафь. Ну, блин, ну да, вот там есть там, в Америке, по-моему, в той же самой Калифорнии есть такое понятие, как поправка Ромео и Джульетты. То есть, если один уже совершеннолетний, а другой несовершеннолетний, но чуть-чуть несовершеннолетний, то нищетово. Есть такая поправка. Вот началось с нее. Но сейчас уже по полной крыше едет у них в Калифорнии. Да, Калифорния, конечно, где же еще? Так. Если не было, как сказал Питерсон, которую я не очень люблю, самое странное — это наблюдать совершенно дикий союз радикальных исламистов и радикальных феминисток. Так. Я прикидывал нереально. Окей.
All right, we're in. We got Ruby unaccounted for sometime during the window. This was crucial. Now let's place her on that roof.
Есть тайный ход, ведущий с кухни прямиком на крышу. Через помещение, которое, кажется, когда-то было мастерской по ремонту пинбольных автоматов.
People say there was a pinball arcade here, sometime before the hostel. What was it called, Theo?
East Delta Pinball Arcade. Weird place. Went bankrupt.
Okay, but how'd you get up? There's no room for a staircase in this building. Or an elevator, for that matter.
The elevator is outside the building. It's an old dumbwaiter used for moving pinball machines up and down from the workshop.
Оттуда дверь прямо на крышу. Туда можно выйти.
Ruby could have gone up, shot him, come down. All under 7 minutes.
That's quite the theory. We need to have a look at that secret passage, boys.
I'm on it, boss. Right when the law clears, me and Angus are going up there.
It's a dumbwaiter, not an industrial lift. How about I go instead of...
Just now. You got something else to back this route up? Or is that it?
Так. А еще я нашел наверху в старой мастерской следы.
Footprints. Recent.
Свежие, недели 2.
That close, huh? How fortunate. I'll take a thorough look at those prints myself before I believe that call.
Ой, я тебя умоляю.
Good news is, I'm still listening.
Ты не поверишь, помнишь хоть что я нашел вон там?
I don't like guessing, Cole.
It opens the steel door in the kitchen, the one that leads upstairs to the roof. This key was right here, with you, all the time.
Вы его не нашли, а Руби нашла.
Quit jumping to conclusions, Theo. You took that key. Did it look like it was recently put there?
No, the ribbon was old, faded. It had been there for 20 years at least.
Когда она все сделала, ты могла просто положить его на место.
Why? This doesn't make sense. It's damn interesting, but it doesn't fit well, and you know it.
It doesn't fit well, but it fits, and he knows it. Also, it has to be said, this man would make a good RCN.
Так как женщину нельзя его подпускать, хорош.
Even lieutenant. Just don't let him anywhere near it.
Ну ты же согласен, что разговаривать крышу,
Why
так?
not? You can't draw a straight line into Clausia's window from any of the surrounding buildings. Not from what I know about Martinez. Maybe from the coast. But like I said, I've been too busy dealing with you idiots. So no, I don't think it was a sniper.
Подъемник.
I've seen the winch. I'm not blind. That's wall mystery down then. An architectural mystery.
He knows it's something. He's just not ready
Так, ну
to
это
say
все.
you knew more about Ruby than he does.
Окей, окей.
Firmly doesn't go well with could've. There's a route to the roof. Me and the boys need to check it out. That's what we've established. But a route does not put that bullet in his head. A gun does that, and Ruby doesn't carry one.
Phase 2. Murder weapon. Get a gun in her hand.
Господи,
if
боже
not
мой.
that, then at least a shadow of a doubt. In the shape of a gun. Just don't contradict yourself. If it doesn't sound like Ruby did it, maybe keep it to yourself.
В местном ломбарде продали мой потерянный пистолет какой-то женщине. Может, ей?
You lost your gun?
What an idiot!
Tell me, did you lose it before the murder?
Нет.
Of course not. And Ruby.
Stop thinking about your lost gun.
This was merely a thought exercise. He did not lose his gun. Let's move on.
Ладно. Я уже установил, что Руби торговала наркотиками, могла и оружием.
God damn. That's just about your favorite topic, isn't it? Every fucking 5 seconds.
Да подожди. В кабине достать ствол ей было несложно.
Trouble. This is Revachol. Even the roidheads in the gym had a carbine. No one has trouble getting a gun. I still never saw her carry.
Дурацкая была мысль с пистолетом, что-то я
He
глупость
must
сделал.
reference in some past case of theirs. He's angry because he knows you're right. What he's saying only confirms your theory.
Так, да, такие валяются по всему
That
Мартинезу.
looks antique. A Belle McGrave. It's inoperable. Where'd you get it?
Подвал.
20, maybe 30 rifles, Titus. Also broken, but still, there were too many.
Да.
And there must be other caches too.
God damn it. We need to close that dump down for good.
Okay, I see your point. There are guns lying around. Damn it. I thought we'd found all the old spots. Why was that still there?
We just missed one. Ruby doesn't know this place, boss. Just these cops digging up shit.
Так, что нам надо ее найти?
I don't know, cop. Why don't you find your lost gun first?
Easy now, Al. This isn't comedy hour.
Titus, we're not seriously considering it, are we? Ruby wouldn't do this. Why would she do something like this?
Phase 3. Motive. The last component.
Вопрос, почему она его убила, а почему она предложила покрыть убийство?
And I suppose you have a theory on that.
Может, она покрывала себя, Тит?
Think about it. Why go through all that effort? It was her idea, wasn't it? The hanging. You went along, but she suggested it.
She had, like, a fully formed plan and shit. Right when she came back downstairs.
Really, Shanks? Claudia wanted to talk to another girl, that's all. She was just the first one up there. I could have come up with that plan if I'd have been first.
Time for a logics demonstration.
Эжен, представим, что ты убил человека.
He scoffs.
Think. You kill him. Get up there. Shoot him. Get down.
Ты предпочтешь пойти под суд с друзьями, группу людей, совершивших самосуд, или один за убийство?
The man is silent.
If she used us to cover her own shit up, well, that's a serious violation of the Hardy Code, boss.
Which is why she didn't. She would never do that. Why aren't more of you defending her? This is fucking stupid, Titus.
Glenn, I thought the same thing when she skipped town and left us in this shit.
Oh, so he didn't rule her out completely. And she skipped town. This is good.
Может, это вызов тебе, Тит, в борьбе за власть?
There's no fucking leadership challenge. Just
Man, no.
Okay.
There's a
Понятно.
bit of truth in there for Titus to react so brashly.
Ага,
He
зерно
does not
истины.
like his authority questioned.
Завоевай симпатию, нет. Все не сходится, нам нужно с ней поговорить.
Silence. He looks around the room. The old man in the corner nods. A very small nod. And a trickle of tobacco spit on his lip.
Тео
This is
суров.
the only option he cares for.
Хорош. Красиво описан, на самом деле. То есть вот Тео, мрачный, злобный старик, это единственный человек, с которым считается Тит. Ну, в общем, да, логично.
Yeah, I see it. There's one more thing I've been wondering about. Ever since you asked me where she is. And I don't
Ой, извини.
know. I don't know where she went. She just got up and left. Got real scared, too. Wouldn't tell me where. However hard I asked. Want to know why?
Why?
She was afraid I would tell you. Maybe she was right. By now, I probably would.
She knew there's evidence on her, and she knew we'd find it. This is typical suspect behavior. Why fleeing is always incriminatory.
Perhaps. Ask her if you find her. It won't be easy, though. She made sure of that.
Когда пропала?
Friday afternoon, when you first arrived. I got word the RCM was in town. Then she came in to see me. Told me she was leaving. That's when we had our little conversation.
Чего испугалась?
I told you. You.
РГМ.
No, you. As in the cop with the sideburns and the disco clothes.
Чего мне бояться? Просто нормальный коп с самыми обычными мыслями.
Sure. Normal. You know, when I first saw you limping here, I thought she was paranoid or sniffing her own supply. But now I'm not so sure.
Что еще Руби сказала тебе про меня?
She said you have a funny taste in clothes and that you won't stop until you have something on her. She said she's heard of you from Jamrock, that you're a human can opener, that you play suspects against each other, open them up like cans.
Fucking hell. Titus, did he just...
Open Angus up like a can? Yes, he did. Now, we can whine about it, whack him, or we can go on with our lives. I'm having a go on with our lives kind of day. How about you?
It's not an actual question. Silence. He nods.
Что-нибудь еще? Ну, хоть что-нибудь.
Yeah, there was something else. She wouldn't tell me, though. I could see she wanted to. It was burning on her lips. This caught Titus. This caught Pete. But she was too scared.
Мысли есть?
She's not far. We know
Бывшая... Жена, что ли,
she
бывшая?
didn't take her lorry, so
Ah.
she's on foot.
Good fucking luck, man. She knows this place like the back of her hand. You'll never find her.
Yeah, Al. And we won't either.
She's not really a party candidate anymore, is she?
She's not, Glenn.
Искали?
A little. On the coast.
Where have you looked for her?
More precisely, on the coast, past the waterlock. She's not here, so I'm thinking she's there.
Не подскажешь, где на берегу начать поиски?
Sure. There are some shithouses there. A cinder block town. The fisherfolk there refuse to unionize. So, that's one place we haven't looked. I hear they have a shack where junkies sometimes crash. Time for you to step up.
Хорош.
We will start there. One more question. What does Ruby look like?
Boyish. Hair's red. Dyed.
О, рыженькая.
She looks like a lorry man.
Что она делала с системой частот Улан?
The what now? I have no idea. Boys?
She said she's building a pale emitter.
What?
We were talking about radio equipment. She said she's doing Ulan frequencies and a pale something. I don't know more.
This guy barely understands what he's talking about.
There you have it. Pale something.
Ладно, нам хватит.
Have to.
His grip is firm and reassuring, like holding a piece of unpolished granite. Not just granite, tightly packed RCM Sergeant material.
Просто думать эту мысль.
No, he already is a sergeant. That's what you're feeling. He just wasn't sure what you are.
Ой, у меня еще левелап. Так, ну у меня, в принципе, есть 2 очка, поэтому я могу с чистой совестью одно потратить. Чё нам не хватает? Авторитет у нас, в принципе, нормально. Ты. Да я думаю. Самообладание в жопе. Да, визуальный анализ повысим немножко. Пока хватит. Так. Что у нас плохого? О боже, начинается. Ладно. Для начала пойдем заберем нашу игральную кость, я правда не знаю зачем. Чё надо?
You think you have a pretty hot suspect right now, don't you?
Ну и что?
Notice how it came together without casting too much suspicion on Clasia. It was nice and Ruby-centric in the end.
В каком смысле?
Anything struck you a bit off about this mishmash?
Ну, так, следы в мастерской, да, не совпали.
No, they didn't.
Пока что никто не упоминал, что слышал выстрел.
Notice how this hasn't come up at all. Even Hardy and his boys didn't mention it. Neither did you.
Это об этом думаю.
That's right. Finish thought. Just finish it and conveniently go on. She's watching you leave right now. You know that. Free as a bird on that roof. Lighting up a cigarette and thinking, am I glad...
Силе воли не нравятся женщины. Сила воли гей.
Don't listen to this guy. The theory was solid. He's just jealous. Move on. It's no use harassing her further.
Так, в принципе. Пойдем. Кстати, у нас одно дело важное.
A police badge on which you see the photo of a man. You. Some seaweed is stuck to the back.
Так, лейтенант.
Lieutenant W. Freighter.
Дважды ефрейтор, что значит лейтенант дважды ефрейтор?
Lieutenant is a rank above sergeant and below captain. It's the highest rank in the RCM that still does field work. I am a lieutenant.
А дважды ефрейтор?
The title of Ефрейтор is added to your rank when you decline a promotion to a higher rank. In your case, captain. You have declined twice, thus you're double Ефрейтор.
Симп, да, отклонил.
There are many reasons one would do this. The rank above you in your precinct's décomptage might be taken, or sometimes promoted officers do not want to replace their superiors out of respect. And sometimes they just prefer the type of police work available to their current rank. In your case, lieutenant.
Heavy-duty case-solving machine.
Что такое деконтаж?
Décomptage is the hierarchical system employed by the Revachol citizens militia. It means counting down to twos.
The countdown is modeled after the dual leadership system employed by the left during the revolution, which in turn was developed by last century experimental psychologists in the University of Königstein.
The lowest rank is junior officer, usually teenagers. Then there are the patrol officers, then sergeants, lieutenants, and then a captain. That's basically it, except for a few kings. Kings like satellite officers and the additional Ефрейтор rank I already explained.
The long and short of it is, you're his superior.
Погоди-ка, сателлит офицера?
You are given the title of satellite officer if your partner is quickly promoted through the ranks and you rise with him. You don't seem to be a satellite.
Значит, ты меня терпел, потому что мы в одном звании.
No, I've been putting up with you because despite an unconventional approach, you are doing good police work. It matters more than driving your motor carriage into the sea. And now we've even found your badge.
He trusts you, for now.
Так. Вернуться к
Such a
документу.
small yet precious thing. Expensive paper caught between thick plastic, like a fly in amber. It reads.
Окей, серия.
That's just the serial number. Revachol, Jamrock, Precinct 41, with some numbers thrown in there for good measure.
The numbers are not there for good measure. They have an administrative purpose. One that's unfortunately been erased from your memory.
Дата выдачи 7 ноября 50-го года.
4 months ago. I'm guessing that's when you were promoted to the rank of Lieutenant W. Freighter. A new badge usually comes with a new rank. You seem to have been doing well then.
You're pretty sure you weren't doing well, but better? Probably yes. A lot can happen in 4 months, especially in winter. The winters are never easy on you, of that you are sure.
Участок 41?
Yes, it's the designation of your precinct. 41, like mine says 57. The 57th is mostly industrial harbor, a lot of asphalt. The 41st is... It's a tough station to work in. You have all of Jamrock to cover. That district should have 3 precincts, but money is what it is.
It's no wonder you are like you are, he thinks. But then again, it's a legendary district, and a hell of a station too. It must be an honor and a curse to work with people like Price, McCoy, Berdiaeva. Roberts, Feuerbach, Dimitri. Suddenly, names from your decomptage flash in your forebrain. And you? Is it an honor to work with you? Don't ask him. Ask yourself. The badge in your hand shines as you rotate it, catching light.
Хорошо, это мы выяснили. В пятушка. Да я хочу зайти, забрать чертов. Я правда не помню где. Подождите, я запутался. Куда я иду? Еще и звук включит. Я куда-то не туда пришел. Так. Детишки. Чил... да, точно, был через книжный магазин. Слушайте, персонаж заразил меня склерозом. Беги давай. Лагает постоянно что-то. Та-да-дам, та-да-дам-дам-дам. Вообще уровни добиваются довольно быстро. На удивление, я думал, будет хуже. Ну ладно. Но правда, тут навыков столько, если этих скиллов, что прям зашибись. Так, тут мы уже все, что хотели, купили. А что такое? Кстати. Это он хотел мне сказать, включи фонарик. Да, это я в курсе. Ой, не туда. Дебил. Меня радует, когда толсто намекает, что виновата во всем блондинка. Чтобы потом нам объяснить, какие мы идиоты, видимо.
Oh, it's you again. Are you looking for a die? Very good. That will be 7 real for one universal die for Wirral Untethered.
It feels icy. Just holding this die in your hand sends a jolt.
I'm listening.
Я нашел странную машину.
Fortress Accident, the radio game studio.
She liked them.
They were an interesting... They certainly did the usual... Well, I did hear them talk. They seemed to believe they were historical individuals on some grand quest.
Окей.
Yes, in the end...
Ну, понятно, ладно.
Showing up to work on time is important.
And so is producing... Anything else?
Ну ладно, сейчас опыт.
Experimenting every now and then isn't bad.
I guess it just wasn't... It wasn't merely a gym. A kind man. Kuno. Who's Kuno?
Да он же тут король.
Oh, yes. You mean the... I think it would take more than a gym to help that kid. It didn't.
It's not
Eventually, the coalition... Oh, there's... And they never cleaned up the
Ну,
business
извините.
either. It's a sub...
Don't worry.
Good luck with that. You mean me anything else? There used to be a and naturally, all the most fashionable.
Poor guy. Suddenly.
They were... Honestly, I think it's quite funny. I think he's still sending out holiday transmissions from Tulula or Tiumotiri or Hash... Sure it...
They were just props.
The play...
Indeed. What were the other ideas?
There was... And back...
Fritta does the same thing.
Yes, as if they didn't already have the... Of course, eventually, Ravishaw made... He said...
So why is everyone doing drugs in this place?
Oh boy.
Even the taxidermist?
Так, Мегатерион.
Megatherion. It's an emo by telling you to do more drugs, mostly. Very good. Anyway, anything else? I'm pretty sure it still does. You could.
If the whirling.
Yes, my advice. Sure, I'm good. I hope it
Так,
clarifies
трепет
things a
низкий,
bit.
уйти. Все, чисто опыт набить, больше ничего. Так, что там? Ну, мне лень. Круто. Так, а там что я забыл? А тут ничего нет, да? Так, теперь карта. Так, значит, а, тут не... Конечно. Кто бы сомневался, блин. Оп, стой. А, ну да. Ну, мы кому в темноте, он говорит, типа, возьми фонарик. А ну, возьми фонарик. Напоминает нам. Нам надо пройти вдоль побережья, я думаю. Хотя надо бы поговорить с этой корпоративной дрянью, по-хорошему. Ну, сообщите, что как бы рабочий-то не при делах. Тудум-тудум-тудум-тудум. Ля-ля-ля, ля-ля-ля-ля-ля. Стоп.
There. Do you smell that?
Какой?
Can you not detect that inimitable whiff of dissatisfaction and restlessness, that sense that the world is in need of dramatic, even violent reordering?
Закрыть глаза и вдохнуть поглубже.
What do you smell? The first thing that strikes you is the overwhelming brine. You imagine yourself underwater. A 100-legged arthropod scuttling along the murky silt at the bottom of the sea. But then the unmistakable reek of seagull shit hits you.
Seagull shit.
Buoyed along on the air currents. An acrid melody atop mouldering cords of wood rot and heavy fuel oil.
Everything in order, detective?
Я вынюхиваю коммунистов, Ким.
You're smelling for... You know what? I just leave you to it. Carry on, detective.
The lieutenant lacks your highly developed politico-olfactory cortex. The smell is undeniable, and it's coming from that balcony up there.
От Синди?
Certainement. A precocious communist youth. A symbol of a kinder, more hopeful future. Now's your chance to establish contact with your revolutionary brothers and sisters. A chance to establish contact with the future. What a beautiful, terrible thought.
Ну давай establish контакт. Пойдем. Establish контакт. Срочно establish контакт с юной коммунисткой. Прозвучал как-то не так. Все не так звучит, когда я это говорю. Да чтоб тебя. Поместись. Так, балкони, плюс. Съезжай. Do we establish contact? Are we... Так, стоп. В пятушка.
Hello again, officers. Have you come to admire my mural?
Политика?
And what do you know about politics?
Чутье подсказывает мне, что ты коммунистка. Нам нужно объединить усилия и действовать сообща. Ладно, давай первое. Назови скоросорубку.
The girl erupts in a cackle that seems like it should belong to a much older woman.
Oh, that's very nice. The little piggy wants to make sausages. Out of what? His little piggy friends?
об этом я и хотел из буржуазии, да.
So the little piggy is a big bad communist now. Sure, I know someone who'd love to talk that ideological stuff. You're looking for Steban.
Что такое Стебан?
A right communist who runs a mega cool and very secret meeting.
Знаешь, где его найти?
I might.
Расскажешь?
The lieutenant let slip a sigh that seems to suggest this turn was utterly predictable.
Ну, а что мне сделать-то тогда?
A wicked grin, a laughing skull. Death.
Oink for me, piggy. Just once.
Да, просто разве можно так поступать с братом-революционером?
Wrong. This is
Ага.
exactly how I treat my little brother.
Окей, гав-гав.
There, that wasn't so bad, was it?
It's not the worst indignity you've suffered the last several days, but it is up there. The lieutenant, needless to say, is not impressed.
Sounds like you're really serious about meeting Steban. It's touching. Steban's group meets only at night, in an old room in these apartments here. It just so happens you're in luck. Their weekly meeting is tonight. Poke your snout around sometime after 10 p.m. and you might just find them.
Что ты еще можешь сказать об этом Стебане?
Just that he's a real communist. Not like the play acting you've been doing. The
Почему у меня такое
rest
чувство, что здесь
will
есть
have-
подвох?
Oh, smart pig. Because there is. See, Steban's a bit on the paranoid side. He's got all these mega secret passphrases to keep out infiltrators and the like. You can't join the meeting.
Но мне не скажешь.
Why would I? That would be so boring. Now, let's see if you're half as dedicated a communist as you say you are. That's enough. Off with you then.
Ладно. Ща в комнату зайдем, посмотрим. Вы смотрите на тебя, Почему все так сложно? Почему не может быть как-нибудь попроще? Где этот коммунистический бардак?
A plaster cast, honestly, he does kind of look like you after all.
Кстати, не так плохо. Чуть надо даже. Да, это бессмертного Маркса. Ладно, понятно примерно все происходит, чем.
Give me a moment.
Секретная встреча.
No, nobody tells me anything.
Would she understand if they did?
Окей, 22:00.
If it ain't my business, I'll keep my nose out of it. Think we'd all be better off if...
Брат. Надо у того своеобразного юноши спросить, который тусуется в баре. Теперь в баре. Да-да. Оба-на! Деревня на побережье, окей. Интересно. Ты-ты-ты. Ты-ты-ты. Ты-ты. Музыка позитивная, что там? Только что была мысль, что? Скотина.
The sight of bullet holes stirs something in you, making you forget the lieutenant's surname.
Сначала присмотреться.
The faded marks are too degraded to draw any forensic conclusions. Just chips in the sandstone. They look pretty ancient.
Ким, смотри, отверстие от пуль.
Where? There? Those are old.
С революции?
Yes, the one that happened half a century ago. Those bullets were fired during the revolution and do not warrant an investigation by officers of civil law.
Что можешь сказать?
Not much. I don't have a fresh perspective on it. Shall we go?
Так, я хочу, кстати, попробовать. Иди сюда.
Vigilance officer, what can this old carabiner do for you?
Still.
Anything else?
Дайте пару раз попробую прокнуть, пожалуйста. Хотя надо посмотреть, у меня, может, шмот на самообладание есть. А вообще в этом есть что-то странное, все время переодеваться, чтобы получить самообладание дополнительное. А ну-ка, у меня, может быть, есть что-то на самообладание. Драма, сумрак, трепет. Самообладание -1. Ну, допустим. Арбузер.
The purity of snow always reminds me of the purity.
Still.
Anything else I can assist you?
17% лучше, чем 8. Потому что по поводу абузера, то есть когда мне игра не дает пробить 82%, это нормально. Вот когда я пытаюсь пробить 17%, это ненормально. Я правильно понимаю, да? Да. Да. В принципе, да.
The purity of snow always.
As Rennie turns to his partner and back, the medals on his chest rattle and glare. He keeps his spine straight and his ribcage lifted, displaying them proudly.
Сколько здесь медалей?
2. The larger one is shaped like a cross, while the smaller medal resembles the sun.
Смотри, крест.
A crowned head in front of 2 crossed rifles. The medal hangs from a blue striped triangle. It's the Croix de Bravoure, Cross of Valor. The cross was the highest battlefield decoration in suzerain's armed forces, awarded for exceptional bravery in the line of duty, in service of King Frizzle I.
Осмотреть солнце.
A small blue star inside an orange sun. It has the word Valiance written below. The setting sun was a decoration used to distinguish seasoned combat veterans in service of King Frizzle I during the revolution.
За что их получил?
For bravery.
It's a conflicted topic for the old veteran. There must have been a number of controversial episodes in his service.
Так я и собирался сказать, за храбрость.
I'm sure, but I know this uniform's reputation. You are also wondering if I got this for raping women or killing babies.
Репутация, я вообще ничего про репутацию не знаю, как и про войну.
Son, we should never forget our past. Lots of mistakes were made back then, but there were also lessons. Forgetting those times means the mistakes were for nothing. That all those people died for nothing.
Whoa. Sounds like you're about to open the gates of conversation. This man will literally talk your ear off if you let him wander off to memory lane.
А я позволю. За что тебя наградили?
For doing my duty in the heat of battle. For looking my mortality in the eye. When men like Gaston here hid in the bushes and shat themselves.
What?
He saved some muddy princeling who foolishly strolled into the front line in his gown of velvet and gold.
Спас королевского отпрыска?
It was on the first months of the revolution here in Revachol. Unrest was spreading like wildfire. Marauders had taken most of the Couronne and were getting really ambitious. King Frizzle thought he could end it all in one decisive strike. Sent his cousin, Drisson, to put an end to the unrest. Alas, the young Drisson was all piss and no vinegar, wearing a tunic of purple velvet and cockatoo feathers to battle. Even his rifle was gold-plated, shone from 5 clicks away. Can you imagine the asininity?
Purple velvet tunic.
Нет, регулярной части еще монархического режима. Да уж.
To keep the long and bloody story short, Drisson marched us against the partisans in Coron. And when I say marched, I mean made us walk into captured enemy territory, single file, like toy soldiers, while he rode in front on his giant red stallion. The rebels were smart. They let us come real close before opening fire. Suffice to say, it was carnage.
Да, действительно.
I got shot in the left shoulder and went down. Just a flesh wound. But just as I turned over, the prince fell into the mud next to me. He was missing his lower jaw. Then his horse, driven mad by the noise and smell of gunpowder, stepped on my leg and shattered my knee.
Hang on to the story. Veterans get sentimental after such retellings. This might yield something useful.
Окей, что потом?
I grabbed my sidearm and shot the beast in the head. Then everything went black.
Capitaine Arnaud, le fléau des chevaux.
The bane of horses.
Капитан Арнаud, бич
It was
лошадей.
all over. It was just me and Jolas Tresson, gurgling in the blood-soaked mud right next to me. The dink had taken numerous flesh wounds and lost a lot of blood. But despite missing his jaw, he seemed hesitant to die. Tougher than he looked, that one.
Это не болван, это боец.
So I grabbed the dink and started crawling. Kept going until the 59th Cavalry picked us up. Through some miracle, we both survived. And the jailless freak convinced Frissel to give me a medal for not leaving him to die in his own blood. Piece and shit. He was the commanding officer and I was on duty. Just doing my job. Shouldn't hand out medals for that. 13 months later, I received the Sun for distinguished service. It's not worth mentioning.
Спасибо.
Bah! There were many such stories in those days. Many such men, too. True Revacholians. Men with backbone.
Oh, yes, René, yes. Men were bigger, girls were prettier, and everyone wore the fascia. Lord, please, bring those days back. If you...
I'm not getting into this with you again. Officer, was there anything else?
You should try to come up with a heroic story of your own.
Оу, пока да, пока нет, пока спасибо. У меня драма в минусе, поэтому не буду. Так, хорошо, пойдем дальше. Мы можем перекинуть технику в ломбарды. Опа. Fuck World. Миленько. Что я устал. Так, слушайте, давайте на сегодня закончим. Что-то я это опять... Что-то какой-то странный. Значит, продолжим... Нет, не завтра. Потом продолжим. В пятницу. Подождите. Я с башкой что-то совсем. Собрание коммунистов. Ну, вот будем разбираться сейчас. Нет, качелектор в пятницу. Подожди, а когда? Подожди, Disco Elysium у нас. Вот, тогда в субботу будет Disco Elysium. Вот, точно. В субботу тогда будет Disco Elysium. Вот, нормально тогда. Тогда в субботу у меня высвоился, тогда в субботу будет Disco Elysium, чтобы просто не останавливать его. И утром днем будет Disco Elysium, а вечером будем играть во Властелин или смотреть Кощей-театр. Вот так сделаем. Вот. Тогда всем будет удобно и все будет хорошо. Вот так вот сделаем. По-моему, отличная идея. Как вы считаете? Чего отписка? Я стараюсь. Да, отлично. Все, договорились. Да, отличная идея. Так, завтра тогда у нас Spellforce утром и все. В среду Spellforce плюс лекция, четверг Spellforce плюс Властелин, в пятницу Spellforce лекция и в субботу Disco Elysium и Кощей-театр или Властелин. Ну, посмотрим, как пойдет. Как-то так. Не, игра отличная, просто через какое-то время у меня мозг выгорает. Все. Всем огромное спасибо, кто смотрел. Не забудьте подписаться и поддержать канал. Пожалуйста. Большое пожалуйста. Увидимся завтра. Отдыхайте.